There you go. We are live. So, today we're hanging out. We're writing some sqlite code. We are putting together the beginnings of actually having a thing that watches for changes in a fossil repo, and so on. There's a little bit of sqlite code we want to write before we get to anything else. Specifically, just making sure we can get the data version and stuff like this. There's probably going to be some stuff along the way where we'll write a helper or two in order to do something with the sqlite repository and so on. Or the database, rather, which a fossil repo is. So, for those who might not have understood what I meant by the data version, there is a pragma we can execute that gets the current connection's data version. So when you connect to an SQLite database, you have a unique data version value for yourself. So you connect and you get a data version. You can check just sort of what is my current data version. I think it starts at 0, but regardless of what it starts at, if there are any changes made to that database, your data version will go up, your connection's data version. So this does not apply when we disconnect and reconnect, but it is a way for a connection to tell, hey, the database has updated while I was connected. So we're going to be using that as essentially a value that tells us that something has changed inside of the fossil repo, and then we're going to be executing some queries. I had a video on that yesterday, and that's basically the query we're going to execute. So let's see if we can find that actually. Yeah, this one. I mean, some approximation of this one, regardless of what we do, it's going to be, you know, I did see a thing that I kind of want to change, but I have no idea. So actually, do we have explain, analyze? No, maybe not. Do I have to? I don't have to wrap this though, right? Do I? To be honest, I don't know if I have no idea if this is even a thing in SQLite. So let's just leave it as it is. Doesn't matter so much. We're gonna execute this query or some approximation of it. I did see, like I said, a thing that I might want to change, and I think we'll get the same results. I think that this event tag ID, hang on. Join tag on event tag ID. Okay, hang on. I might be wrong. I'm gonna make this text larger, by the way. Don't worry about that. So the tag ID here really does not correspond to the tag ID in the tag table then. I actually thought that it did. So I suppose that's wrong, which is fine. We don't need that to be the case. We can just execute this query. So, but okay, kind of strange to me that an event has a tag ID. If we do this, for example, here, event comment event tag ID from event. Okay, so the actual commits, these are check-ins. Actually, we can show event.type here. CI is a check-in. Those don't have tag IDs. That's a little bit strange. That is a little bit strange. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're gonna use this query. That's the idea. So we'll leave that there. Now we're gonna have to sort out some of these SQLite things. Let's leave that like this, I guess. I don't really like having the font be this large, but people do complain a lot when you use like sensible font sizes and so on. It can be a little bit difficult for people to see. A lot of people, I learned at some point, they actually watch streams on streams and videos on mobile devices, which is kind of strange to me because programming is so useless in the context of, you know, this. I would think that you would, you know, be at a computer, you know, watching like on a different screen or something, maybe, I don't know. Or just flipping back and forth because you're yourself doing programming or something, right? But, you know. So, the thing I want to do first, maybe we make a helper actually in the library for data version. That could be a thing. First, let's make a test for it, I suppose. Now, what we actually want to do, I'm going to see if we can, so let's say data version, select data version, pragma data version. Let's do this. Pragma data version. And yes, pragma is the only keyword I actually type uppercase. Why I do this, I could not tell you, but it is something that I do. Prepared pragma version, prepare error 4. So this is going to be expectdef error preparing pragma SQL statement. Oh, this one here. By the way, we can look a little bit at FFI because I know that this is something that people often feel slightly confused by. So we can spend some part of the stream going over. I mean, we will be going back and forth because there's always something you can add to your FFI layer. All of this is written manually. So oftentimes there's something that you didn't have a use for that you haven't actually added it to your FFI layer and so on. And so we're probably going to be taking a look at the FFI code, but we can actually go over it more specifically as well. So we are preparing this statement, which, to be honest, I don't know if we need to do. It's certainly not something that you need to bind anything to and so on. I am just, let's just do that and we'll see sort of what happens, right? Here we want to step it, I suppose. And step can return let's say have a data version row and step error, I'm stuck. So testing expectdef step error 2 is supposed to be nil. Error stepping pragma and also we probably expect here, I mean, I might be proven wrong, but we expect to have a data version row. No row for data version returned. No row returned for data version. Let's say this instead. Very odd phrasing. So, I mean, we could save this and just make sure that this makes sense, but I find that it can be often, it can be very helpful to prepare your thoughts first and go through things and say, like, what do I actually believe will happen here? And so on. Establish all of that stuff first and then see, oh, the test is telling me this is the case. So then you don't just follow the test and say, oh, this actually returned that. That must mean that that's true. So what we actually expect here is that we expect to be able to prepare, which, mind you, I don't have a strong opinion on this, but we expect to be able to prepare the statement like any other, really. We're not going to do any binding because we, of course, we don't have anything. It's not a query that we need to bind any values to. And then we expect to be able to step it. And here we expect step internally to, so step, by the way, is just a way of executing a query effectively. We should also finalize the query, I suppose. Well, not necessarily, actually. We expect step to return that we have a row. And we expect it to return no errors. And then we expect, I think we should try saying rows returned. We can use the previous binding here. FFI data count. I only have an FFI layer binding for this so far because it's a very simple function. Honestly, it doesn't actually do much. Prep pragma version dot statement. So this takes the internal statement value of a prepared statement, which is our own type. This here should just give us an int here that corresponds to the value that we're expecting to see, which is 1. We expect just a single value here, 1 row, 1 column. On that note, we might say columns returned equals FFI column. What is that one? Actually, hang on. Columns returned column count. I thought it was that, but okay. So that also is prep pragma version statement here. And we expect both of these to be 1, in fact. So testing, expect expect value we can use here, actually, because they are comparable. And when you have comparable values, you may as well use value. It doesn't necessarily offer the best error reporting always, but it's it's pretty straightforward. So here we can say rows returned 1 like this, and columns returned like this. We save and test pass. Okay. So then though, what is the actual value then? And here we get into getting values out. And for that, we have a few functions. I haven't written any interesting kind of top layer for this, so we're just reaching into the FFI. Fortunately, the FFI stuff is not that bad. So for example, if we were to try to get this data version, right? So the data version here is FFI column int, like this. And this takes the statement, so prep pragma state version statement here, and an index, the column of the thing we're getting, right? And this returns an int here. If we actually look at the documentation here for this, we might actually find that sometimes I wonder, like, should I just be Googling things and just go to the right page immediately? Because I keep looking around in my tabs and often don't actually find the thing I'm looking for anyway. So column access functions. If we actually look at the return value here for these, they all return different things, of course, like this. Let's see here. Error. It doesn't actually say much about errors. We're just gonna go with this here. And here, I don't really know what the expectation should be. I think it should be 0. But we're gonna say that data version will be 0 here. And then we're gonna see, you know, here I don't really have strong opinions or whatever. Okay, so that says it's 1. And that makes sense. That makes sense because I actually have an insert here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this statement here up to the top. And then we're going to have an expect that basically we are going to expect 0 initially, and then we're going to check it again to make sure that it's turned into yeah, actually we can move all of this stuff up there, and then we can actually reuse it. So we're going to expect first that it's 0. And here I think it should return 0. Rows returned and columns returned here will be I'm going to do this. Yeah, let's do that. So here we have our data version. And of course, we want to actually redo part of this. So if we look at we prepare this up here, and then we step it. What we actually want later, what we would want here is actually reset prep pragma version like this. And then we want to step this again. I think that this will be good. If nothing else, it will be fine. We do expect this to be straightforward. I'm going to reuse these ones here, and we are going to I'm going to define the step error here like this, and then we're going to use equals. So the reason I'm doing this, by the way, is that you can't introduce only one new variable on the left side. It's either all or nothing. That means we have to pre-declare this and then use equals. Not a big deal. It's just how it is. Actually, I haven't confirmed that with newer Odin versions, but it would surprise me if they have changed this. So let's see here. We're just going to let this show us some compiler errors if it's wrong. Data version 0. Hang on. So at 4.13, data version, we expected it to be 0, which technically is that the case? We do have an insert, right? No, the insert is here, but we do have the exec. What happens if we... So one thing that does not work out though, and I think is probably wrong, is that we are not... Oh, hang on. Hang on. Let's just verify it. I think I'm a moron, actually. Let's see here. If we go to the pragma. The integer values returned by 2 invocations of pragma data version from the same connection will be different if changes were committed to the database by any other connection. So this makes no sense. 0 sense for us to check this. Any other connection, meaning we are the one using this connection. So this just doesn't make any sense at all. Let's just have a check for it up here, and then we'll not check anymore. There's no point. We're gonna leave that as it is there. And yeah, tests are passing. What does it say that it starts as? It doesn't though, right? It just sort of says, you know, there is a value. It will be incremented. And that's pretty much it, which is fine. It's not... Mr. Coolbeard, no top hair guy. Yeah, indeed. What are those color columns set to? The rulers. They should be 80. Let's see. Let's see here. So we have, well, 77 actually. And then, no. Yeah. I guess 80, 100, and that should be 120. Yeah. I just like knowing sort of where I am. I use 120 width for auto formatting nowadays. I used to use, well, first I used 80, which is kind of pointless to be completely honest. And then I switched to 100 when I became slightly more modern. And then I switched to 120 because it's like, I don't know, screens are wide, you know, and normally my font size is considerably, you know, smaller than this. So usually 120 is like half my screen, a little bit less than half. So, you know, there's no need to have it be so tightly wrapped, right? But yeah, to be honest, you can get used to anything though. 100 was fine. I think 80 was a little bit, honestly, but you know, there are contexts where 80 just makes sense still, you know? Yeah. I mean, we have so much space in terms of width. Yeah, I really feel, and this is a 2560 times 1440 screen. So in terms of real estate, there's a lot of pixels going, you know, here that we can use, right? And when you have 2560 pixels in terms of width, yeah, 80. This is a massive font size, and 80 here is less than half of the screen, right? Slightly less. It's almost perfectly half, almost. And that would be fine, I suppose. If that's what you're into, that's what you're into. It certainly would work really well for the stream, because then I could actually use, like, I could have the window on the panes on the right side could be larger. But at the same time, you know, yeah. So you open the stream without knowing. who it was. I guess that's encouraging, actually. It should be encouraging for anyone making content out there. You know, people will just click on stuff, which I do as well. The amount of 0 view videos I have watched is immense. It's mostly usually someone playing some strategy game that I've never heard of, and just having a good time. It's really good. So we can get the data version now. And I kind of said that maybe we want to have a helper for this. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's interesting that YouTube actually recommended this, to be honest. People complain a lot about YouTube's recommendations and so on. I find that they are very good at helping people discover things, to be completely honest. I mean, the main reason you saw my first video was probably, YouTube had some kind of, their algorithm had some kind of idea, right? In terms of, I think the system works pretty well, if I'm being completely honest, but that might be a very unpopular opinion, mind you. I also think that it doesn't really matter for me, right? Obviously, I haven't made YouTube a business in that sense, so I could understand if you have made YouTube your business, you probably feel differently than I do about this, right? Let's see here. I want to put our step here. Yeah, there you go. Let's see here. Hey man, recently I've been thinking about Odin. One of the reasons why the language is less popular is because there is no content on basic systems programming. Well, right, so advanced programming in the Unix environment, Odin edition. Well, I am not sure I really agree with the premise. It kind of, it depends. I don't think it would hurt anyone, right? Absolutely. It's almost as if you can read my mind, Talukara. Well, I don't want to, unnecessarily offend anyone, but I think Wayland is one of the biggest mistakes that's been made in Unix likes in a very long time. So much time has been wasted on something that basically barely works at this point. And we're what, like 15 years into how long has it been going on? Like at least 12 or something, right? It's 10 plus years. Wayland is still kind of it's I use Xorg, right? X11. Not because I hate Wayland, but rather it just sort of works. I don't know what to really say even about it. It's I don't really get why, like, if I look at Wayland now, I still hear about embarrassing issues that they keep having because they are so set in how to do things and so on. A ton of stuff really just runs because you can run Xorg Wayland or whatever. And yeah, it just feels very... It's hard to look at it and not feel like it was a little bit pointless. All of this stuff. I think it's always good to have competition. But I think maybe Wayland as a project seems to be a little bit of a failure, I would say. That's kind of how I view it. It doesn't mean that, hey, I hate people who use Wayland. I hate the Wayland project. I just feel kind of like, wow, this was sort of unnecessary, right? Yeah, I just don't really... I think it's been a mistake in terms of manpower, for sure. Yeah, if people do rewrite X11 in Rust. Yeah. I would think that that was really, really, really funny. But at the same time, I can see why. I can see people. I think it would breathe the kind of new life into to X11 a little bit. Xorg as a project or whatever. And probably, I think you could take a huge part of the quote unquote market from both of those. Would I want to use it? Probably not, to be honest. It depends a little bit, like who is doing the work. If it's your average Rust programmer, I probably wouldn't want much to do with it, to be honest. But if it's actually the people behind the Xorg, which, by the way, I should say, I am well aware that Wayland had a ton of Xorg developers on it. I am well aware of this. I think it is an example of where really it's not always like, oh, the same person will do great work. Like sometimes the second system you design is really it's worse than the first, because you're solving a bunch of problems that you have misidentified along the way, and so on. I think that there's a word for this, like second system syndrome or whatever. It's not really rare. It happens, and I think Wayland is very much that, right? It's sort of unfortunate in that way. Busybox, Toybox. Oh yeah, actually, you wrote a comment on one of my videos, Sympatia, right? Actually saying the thing about core utils and that you would like. Or was that someone else? You might not be the first person to bring up this whole core utils, kind of re-implementing core utils in Odin and so on. And I think that would be an interesting kind of series. Maybe. It depends a little bit, of course. Well, yeah, Linux now also has very clear directions for using LLMs in kernel work and so on, which I think could go a little bit both ways. I think my prediction is that Linux is probably going to become worse in the future, but like in general, for many reasons. But Linux has not always. I mean, Linux is not the. It's easy to look at Linux as some kind of like, oh, this has always been high quality. That's not really the case. Even kernel stuff. They've had plenty of really bad versions of things that other people had in other operating systems that were better, and so on. I think realistically, if you look at, back in the day, Solaris was probably better than Linux at basically everything in terms of design and so on. But Linux is, free in every sense of the word. So that's really the big win, right? Rust looks very bloated. I expected it to be smaller. Just look at OD utility. What is OD? I'm revealing my ignorance here. Evidently, OD. What is that? Dump files in octal and other form. Ah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Right. Hex dump, yeah. Well, I would say that when you look at languages and so on, right, there's a danger that you're looking at what other people are doing and they don't really have the same sensibilities that you do in how they do things. But with the caveat that there are certainly languages that force you to deal with more or less relevant issues in a very explicit way. And obviously this has an effect on line count. I will say though, when I look at Rust code, it is usually overcomplicated for what it does. Just in terms of the actual essential complexity of the problem is such that they didn't need all of the stuff that they did, that they created. That is what I would say. So yeah, I think Rust sort of has this unfortunate thing where a lot of Rust code is written by people who like Rust, and people who like Rust think that abstraction is a ladder and you should climb it. And I think that is the main difference between someone who, well, if you are that type of programmer, I think you will not be comfortable using something like Odin, for example. And that is what I think that's the best way of saying it. I'm not saying that either of these is better than the other. But if you look at programming as a ladder, like an abstraction ladder that has to be climbed as far as you can, then the code that you write will reflect those feelings about things. You will probably tend to create, a lot of cathedral-like structures for doing things that are sort of like, look how brilliant this is. I am so good and so smart at this. I think there's a tendency towards these types of things in certain ecosystems. Haskell would be one of them. If you look at Haskell, like you can find find really mundane problems solved in incredibly interesting and beautiful ways. And that is not really the purpose of programming so much, to be honest. But, and I think Rust has the same problems as Haskell does in this regard. And they are obviously obsessed also with specific parts of that. Like it needs to be, I don't know. There's just a lot to it, right? I'm trying real hard to just be diplomatic, to be honest. I don't love being super negative. Ironic with the video I made. But, in these regards, I think, because the truth is, like, most of it is going to come down to, let people be how they are for the most part. Find your place in the world, mostly. Yeah, I mean, this is a very common thing. This whole, my language is better than your language, which, I have opinions about languages, and I think some of them are designed in ways that are pathologically, like they create pathological errors and so on in development. The whole process becomes pathologically bad. But yeah, this whole my language is better than yours, and I wish my language would take all of your language's users, so I would finally be using a popular language. That whole feeling I have left behind a very long time ago, because I have almost exclusively used languages that people don't really care about, which is fine for me because I like them. This is Ubuntu Mono is the font. Abdurrahman. Speaking of, so again, I think the attitude of my language is better than your language is generally like unproductive. But I do have to say I really dislike all of those languages pretty much. Talukara. The main, I guess the main one I don't dislike would be, C. Or if you write C++, like it's C, pretty much. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole stack centric thing, yeah. I think people have been obsessed with creating X programmers, where X is either a framework or a language or whatever. The truth is, we should have just, been creating programmers the whole time. Because I can promise you that if you productively write Odin, there's zero chance that you can't productively write pretty much any language. Will you feel good about writing in those languages with all of their, insane assumptions and so on? Maybe not. And that's really the main thing where I actually think this does matter. So, for example, let's say in a parallel universe, I'm a closure programmer, right? Closure programmer. So the Lisp on Java, if people know it. So let's say I'm happily writing my closure and so on, and I am, I love functional programming, and I really love Lisp, and I love the kind of writing these beautiful like functional pipelines and stuff like this. And I also kind of like dynamic types. If you were to then tell me, hey, you're going to be working in C# and so on for the next year, well, I'm probably not going to be happy. It's not that I can't understand those things and I can't actually wrap my head around it. It's really not that difficult. People really overestimate how hard it is to learn languages in general. But telling a closure programmer that they're going to write C# for a year is bad, mostly because they don't want to do that, probably. They probably don't like C#. They probably really dislike anything that has to do with that. Likewise, like if you told them to write Odin, they probably would be like, well, what, a statement per line? I'm supposed to just write statements, one per line, and have if and else, and these things are not expressions in this language. They would probably not be happy about that. And that's the main actual thing. When you have a stack programmer, so to speak, at least they are selling themselves as the thing you're hiring for. That's mainly the thing, right? Yeah, see, I mean, you weren't happy. Like, it's not that you couldn't do it, but you weren't happy. And that's the main thing that I think people are, we really, I think we really overestimate how hard it is to learn a language and use a language when you know another. And we really underestimate, or some managers and so on, underestimate the attachment that people actually get to a language and doing things that way. That's mainly the thing. I don't really care about competitive programming, to be honest. I've never seen anything really that, ever spoke to me from that section of the world. But that doesn't mean that it's not good. It just means that, for me, I don't know. I just don't see the point mostly. I have worked with people who did competitive programming. That did not change my opinion, I'll say. Mostly. Odin needs to add goto. Well, I wouldn't be super upset if they did, to be honest. But we have goto in some ways already. We have very structured versions of goto. We can break named loops and so on. It's kind of I haven't really needed GoTo so far, so I can't really say I have much of an opinion on it, but there are algorithms that are better written with GoTo, so not super upset about either of those, to be honest. I don't think it's a super controversial statement, I'll be honest, Rock2, that a language can use GoTo. It's just that it's probably just not the way you should structure everything. That's mainly the thing. And yeah, Talokar, I think it's again, like, the capabilities of languages and so on and how hard they are to learn is vastly overstated usually. And people who are in charge sometimes don't understand still that it's really more about how do people feel when they have to sit down and write the solution in something that they think sucks. And it might just be, honestly, superficial stuff. There are Lisps that are perfectly fine for people's purposes. They have almost all of the characteristics that people have in other languages, but they have too many parentheses and so on. Core Open AI. What does that mean exactly? Actually open AI or OpenAI the company? Because ironically, OpenAI is not open in the least. It has nothing open about it. There's GPT OSS 20B is open. That was the last time they did anything open, I think, maybe. I don't know. I don't keep up, but yeah, OpenAI. What a funny name for a company that with zero openness and yeah. This might just become a rant stream now. I have so many things that annoy me lately. Yeah, import core OpenAI. Yeah, it was open, and they were also saying that they will be for humanity and all of that stuff. But then, yeah. Well, they realized that this thing actually had wings, and and there would be competition. Ironic. I mean, it's not really ironic, but I guess to a lot of Westerners like me, it will seem ironic. China are the only ones that actually do anything that you could say was for humanity in the AI space, which is fascinating. Then again, I'll say I did not grow up in a country that necessarily viewed China as the big enemy, so it's not that crazy to me, to be completely honest. But for Americans, it probably will. There's a certain kind of cognitive dissonance that will happen most likely. I feel, because of course China is supposed to be the bad guys for many people. For me, the bad guys historically have always been Russia, which is it tracks with current times still. I would say I view the US and China as effectively they may as well be equivalent at this point. Yeah, I don't really have there's no super large difference for me with regards to these. Both of them are run by elites who do what's best for them. Classic stuff, really. I live in Bulgaria, so I'm right next door. I mean, I'm not right next door. I don't live near the border to Turkey. But, you know, I live in Bulgaria. I'm from Sweden, though. So I'm not from Bulgaria, but I live in Bulgaria since 2014. So it's quite some time ago I came here. China is obscure, though. They don't export internal discourse and culture. Very closed off. Yeah. Well, yeah, they have a firewall specifically for monitoring and limiting information in and out. So I'm not saying that they're good guys, mind you. Clearly, a lot of the things that they do are things you would do if you were not a good guy. Right? So there's a little bit of genocide going on, and the classics, really. But I will say, I don't think very highly of the US, certainly. Not meaningfully better when it comes to, if you compare to China. Let's see, get data version. I'm gonna write that wrapper right now, and we're gonna try to get that done. I'm gonna say that yeah, is it worth having a wrapper for this actually? Now that I'm looking at this seems kind of pointless, no? So hang on, let me just check this. This is gonna be a good kind of so what we can do here, is, because presumably we're gonna have a stable pointer here. Certainly we could. Which means we're gonna get the same prepared statement every time we prepare this statement. This means we can in fact have prepare run over and over. So whenever you get the data version, we prepare the same SQL statement as we did before, and so on. And then that means we don't really pay a cost. We pay the cost for a map lookup. So whenever you get the data version, you would do a map lookup here. You would end up in this case here. But then why wouldn't you just say, we always have a prepared statement? At this point, it's starting to lean a little bit like we may want some kind of context. So this actually gets to a design question a little bit. So if you look at all of these functions, none of them take any context, right? There's nothing here that says, we take some larger context that we then use in order to do things. And I think this also, we have a statement cache here. The way that this works, when you make a value like this, so this declaration here will be unallocated. So in the previous version of this, Odin actually allowed you to have a top level version of this, where effectively what we did was this. So we actually had sort of an allocated, I think actually it might have been this more than anything. Let me see here. I think it was make map cap even. So we actually created this value at the top level, and that didn't really gel with the new version of Odin that I'm using. So instead I made the actual declaration like this. This doesn't allocate anything. The thing that happens is whenever you use the statement cache the first time and you put something in it, you're going to allocate for it. And this will happen with the implicit allocator, so the context allocator. And that's poor. That's poor behavior, to be completely honest. You don't really want that, to be honest. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to create like a top level state that people can sort of pass around instead, because it makes everything a little bit easier. It doesn't make the call sites easier because the call sites now had to pass around the value, but it does make it easier to actually keep track of what the fuck is going on. So we're going to do that. The classic here is to have some init function or a make function. So what we're going to say is state init. This is going to take state, which is a pointer to state. We don't have state yet. We're also going to take an allocator, which is a mem allocator. And then we're going to say, for example, error, allocator error. This is just sort of standard stuff so far, nothing super interesting there. Now we also have to come up with what state is. Now state will be presumably a struct because it's a great way to start one of these things. And here we actually want a prepared, well, statement cache, let's call it, right? Statement cache is a map of raw pointer to prepared statement. I think that is what we had before. Yes. So anything that now deals with the statement cache will simply not have that value at all. Let's see here. I've not looked at the chat. Hello, Active. You have been meaning to make an Odin project with SQLite. Yeah. That seems cool. What happened to it? How do you develop the taste for code you've mentioned before? You just do a lot of stuff. Do a lot of stuff and be critical and practice. Practice, 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 practice. How do you learn to write high quality code? Well, practice, advice, simply doing a project won't teach you that. Well, I mean, you have to do them critically. Just doing projects. So there's a certain type of GitHub profile that I will see every once in a while where it's like, oh, there's a Next.js project that has 2 files that are not boilerplate, and they add almost nothing. That is not practice. Just to be clear. That project is not really particularly good practice. If you want to learn how to write good code and so on, I think that there are a few ways to go about this. You have to think critically about the actual metrics of your code, first of all. You can't just write code and then be like, this is what I came up with. And you know, you have to take the downsides of what you've done seriously. Either you get that advice from other people, either you could also look at it from the things you can actually determine that are not necessarily, you know, they're objective enough that they make sense to look at. So if you've written something, I've gone back to many projects that I've written, looked at them critically from a position of like, is this fast enough for what it does? In many of those cases, they weren't. I've looked back at experiences I've had optimizing things and then looked at that and said either, wow, this technology really made it hard for me to optimize stuff, or wow, I really did a bad job because I did not understand the thing that was happening underneath, either because I'm stupid or I'm just not, you know, I'm not informed enough, or the thing is simply inscrutable, very opaque. And I have found overwhelmingly that any kind of GSeed system tends to be pretty opaque. So I wouldn't fault people for not being able to reliably make those systems, you know, perform for them. But obviously all of this, you know, again, it's about being critical. We all do bad work sometimes, but it's being critical means being able to look at that and say, hey, that was bad. I've had entire contracts where I did a poor job. And after those contracts, well, specifically one that I'm thinking about, after that contract, I realized I really should have taken a break before that contract, because I was burnt out. I didn't really deliver what I was supposed to deliver. I did poor work. I had a poor attitude on that contract. It didn't get better by the fact that I was working with especially one fucking moron that was... sorry, I got something in my eye. I kid you not, this person, we were in a meeting. And so this is a Haskell contract, by the way. And so we're in a meeting, and a guy I had worked with before on some Elixir stuff, he says in the meeting, this part of the code was pretty hard to make sense of, because the variable names are all these short names that can be hard to decipher. And so this other guy in the team that was new and had, fittingly, he had written that code. He just said, no, it's not. It's just as if that was somehow, like that's somehow a thing you can just say to that. His response was, no, it's not. What kind of moron do you have to be to think like this? It is absolutely insane to me that people like this exist, right? But yeah, his response was just, no, it's not. And then starting to kind of make arguments for why it wasn't hard to read. Like, did you not listen at all? The guy literally just told you this was hard to read. The implicit understanding here should be, for him, it's fine if you could make sense of that. That's fine, I guess. But you can't just answer, no, it's not. And that's it. That makes so little sense. It's just... And so I worked with that guy. This was not the only thing on that contract. But yeah, so I was burnt out when I got into that contract. Because I had done work on a previous contract where I was working... 1 month, I actually literally had 240 hours that month. Some of them I had like 220 and so on. Eventually they told me to work less. So I actually went down to, I don't know, I had like a limit of 200 or something. And after that contract, I just wasn't really the best I could be, right? And my attitude was pretty poor, because that's also when I started feeling like higher level languages like Haskell, Elixir, and so on, just produced bad stuff, generally speaking. So you take that attitude, right? At this point, I just started using Zig, and using Zig just felt like such a liberation from this poor way of thinking. And so when I went to work on Haskell code, where I also have to work with this incredible moron that, by the way, was a new leader of the team, nothing felt good about that, right? I was burnt out. I hated that guy with a fucking passion, yeah. If I had some kind of ion cannon, orbital cannon, I would definitely turn it on that guy at the time, to be honest, because it was like, I really just, and I wanted to kind of say, like, I don't believe in anything we're doing here. The way we're structuring it, all of these solutions, is just fucking stupid as fuck. We could rewrite this in Zig in fucking no time, and it would make more sense. It would run so much faster and better. It would be more robust than it currently is. and so on. So no, it's not indeed. But yeah, so, you know, sometimes you're not going to be on your best, like on your level. And oftentimes nowadays I feel like I'm working at like, 80, 70% of whatever. But getting better at the stuff and becoming better as a programmer, a coworker, and all of those things, fundamentally everything just comes down to think critically about a lot of stuff. I apply that thinking to everything, generally speaking. Of course, sometimes people are going to find mistakes in what you do, because again, like, we always have those moments, and also sometimes we just produce bad stuff. It is really how you react to those situations that matters more than anything. And also, like, I don't think that everything you put out there into the universe needs to be on some kind of star level, because the truth is, whatever GitHub projects you put out there, if you were doing practice and you decided to put that practice on GitHub, I don't really mind. I think it's fine. Are you actually good? I don't think you are. Just, define good, I guess. What are you expecting to see in people exactly? I think this is a curious kind of line of thinking, to be honest. Ship something like QEMU or at least QuickJS. So you don't think the good programmers exist outside of a few quote unquote impressive projects? Is that it? Does that really make sense? I thought maybe, I had sometimes something you could classify as a naive view of some of these things, but I think that is impressively naive, actually. So you think that if someone doesn't have anything that is quote unquote impressive out there, they cannot be a good programmer at all? How many engine programmers do you know of? You don't think that these people have done good work? Do you think, for example, Mike Acton is the only person that worked at the companies he worked at and did the work? Or what? Like, look at this from a practical perspective, right? Do you think everyone just make... Okay. I think we have maybe a little bit different perspective on this, yeah. I think you seem like you value visibility, and that's pretty much it, right? I kind of don't... I think, like I said, I think it's a little bit naive, is what I would classify this as. I don't know how old you are, but it seems to be a little bit... It seems to be an opinion I would probably associate with very young people who don't know much yet. So you think, hang on, good things cannot be made behind closed doors, is what you're saying? Or what? And they're not good unless someone then later writes a book about them or something. Doesn't this strike you as a little bit naive? Like when you hear this told back to you, doesn't it seem a little bit odd to you? You have to be honest with yourself. If you are into game dev and you haven't written a lot of successful engine code, you can't be good. Where is the proof? Yeah, I would not. I would say I don't think that I'm some accomplished game dev. That's certainly the case. Yeah. I use the word accomplished there because I think it's more, it's certainly a lot more relevant as a way to describe this, what you're talking about. Because I think what you're talking about is relevancy more than anything else. But I will be the first to say I think people in general should look at YouTubers very critically. That's what I would say. In terms of, you should not overestimate YouTubers. I'll be honest, I think you're taking a lot of baggage to this conversation, to be completely honest. And I have considerably less baggage. I am a little bit more at peace with things in general, I would say. So I'll be honest, I think to me you come off as having a chip on your shoulder, right? Like you have some kind of complex about this. And to be honest, the only thing I can say to that is it's fine. I can tell you that when I've watched Odin, I do not feel that way about him, yeah, sure. But what does it matter, really? I'm curious what you kind of wanted out of this conversation, to be honest, Sympatia. Like, what was your objective here? What are you expecting to get out of this conversation? Well, you say just write code already and be engaged in writing code. Yeah, but I'm busy having this conversation with you. Because I don't know what you think, but a live stream is in some sense a conversation between the viewers and the streamer. So you seem intent on having this conversation. Yeah, I was complaining about a guy, yeah, who had a terrible attitude and was a terrible person and programmer. Hang on, so you think I was in the wrong for saying it's stupid to respond with no it's not when someone in the team says it was hard to read that code because all of the variable names are very short? Well, Is he a better programmer? Because he didn't have anything public, by the way. So, I mean, that's kind of where we ended up with this conversation, right? I was not the one that brought up this complaint, by the way. A different programmer in the team said it's hard to read the code because the variable names are short and not descriptive. And this other guy says no, it's not. You can't respond, no, it's not. Only an absolute moron would respond, no, it's not. Oh, it can absolutely be important. A person in the team basically couldn't read the code that was written. This doesn't make sense. And well, the response to that should be, oh, okay. Let's try to make it clearer. And then you move on. No, it's not. It's not a good response to that. It really has almost nothing to do with programming capability. It's about being a good coworker at that point. Found a better way of confronting him? What do you mean? Confront? Hang on. Have you heard this comment yourself and your response was, no, it's not? I don't understand how you get so riled up about this particular thing. Are you him? Are you the guy I worked with? I don't understand how anyone except him could get so upset about this. Because you seem to be taking this comment personally. No, we're going to finish this. It's going to be finished one way or another. I think we're done, though. There you go. So anyway. So we were trying to rework this to use some state. We're going to store the allocator in this because it's always a good idea. Holding on to the allocator is usually just a good idea. If you have several allocators, you can also say, for example, cache allocator, other allocator, etc. So it's always a good idea. In fact, we might just do cache allocator here. So yeah, I'll be honest. So one of the things that I started doing when that video really blew up was I started pruning who can communicate on the channel very aggressively. And I had heard enough from this, to be completely honest. I mean, you can give people some room to explain themselves. But room to explain themselves is not the same as having them make silly statements with impunity. So here, I have found we basically always want to use the most specific versions of make functions that we can. The reason for this is simply it doesn't save you a lot to use make here. It will save you you will get better error messages when you use make, map cap, and so on. Delete map instead of delete, etc. and stuff like this. Proc groups are almost never worth it really. So allocator equals allocator. And here we will just do or return because the init function will be called approximately once. And so bubbling up errors and not translating them is usually fine for those types of functions. So here we want a map of raw pointer to prepared statement. This is just a restating. Some sometimes I make aliases for these, but really, what's the point? Honestly, this is a thing that will show up, you know, in like 2 places basically. Nothing of any value happened. I think a person was honestly, I think he just wanted, I think he felt maybe a little bit personally offended by something I said, and he didn't know how to deal with that, and so on. It's fine, you know. People are strange sometimes. So here the question is, do we want cache allocator or do we want just allocator? I think we're going to go with just allocator right now. And if there's any purpose to having separate allocators, again, always a good idea to have, for example, row allocator, blah, 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 right? Stuff like this. Separate allocators are almost never bad, but start with just an allocator, store that, and use that for all of your things. Now, as it stands, for example, the map actually stores its own allocator. So we don't really need to store this, but we're going to do it because then we have something to refer to when there are structures that do not actually have their allocator stored. So when you use a make map like this, the map will store its own allocator. That's why delete map, for example, doesn't take an allocator. If you look at this, right? You're just deleting with the same allocator that's stored in the map. This also applies to dynamic arrays. So, you know, in those cases, you really don't need to do much. This is our state init function. Let's see here. We are deleting the statement cache, and we don't really need to do that anymore. What we actually need to do is we need to have the state be a state here, and we need to call state init here with the pointer state. And I really like saying allocator equals because I like having it be very obvious that something allocates. So in this particular case, we're just going to pass context allocator though, because this is a test. So we don't really need to pass anything super interesting there. And here we kind of want to just say state init error is this, testing expect f, t state init error is supposed to be nil. We certainly wouldn't expect anything else. In fact, with capacity 0, you might not actually be allocating yet. It's probably impossible to get an error when you call init. So actually, I'll clarify what I mean by that. Error initializing state. I would, by the way, I would caution against being obsessed, like that person clearly was, with somehow your like reputation in the large and so on. I'm not going to get too philosophical about this, but one, these people who are apparently so important, right? Generally speaking, they will not matter. On a long enough time frame, none of these people matters or matter. They will not be remembered. There are people you think have done great things currently. I can promise you, with enough history that has passed, these people will be forgotten, and they're just dust in in the ground, like everyone else. So I would caution against being hyper obsessed with, oh, I have to build some kind of mega reputation and so on. You really don't. It's fine. Let's see, prepare. We need to take our state now. Here we might actually have a state per database. That would be an interesting idea, but we're not going to do that for now. Here we're going to actually take state as the first argument. And of course, now the statement cache is not globally available. It's going to be state.statement cache instead. And this also applies here. Nothing else really seems to come to mind here, maybe. Let's see here, 550. Right, so prepare now takes the state. This is a pointered state, in fact. And here we probably want to put this in a bunch of places. There you go. There you go. And then we do have a leak, and that's mostly because we're gonna defer a state delete. I prefer the delete terminology, and I prefer putting the thing that is actually being worked on in the front. So you get state init, state delete, etc. And here we just take our state, and that's it pretty much. We don't really actually need at the moment here we don't need to take a pointer. I think we can literally just do this. We don't expect this to fail. Delete map state.statement cache, and that's it. We could try to zero out the value here, but honestly, I don't know if that has ever really paid off for me in any real capacity, to be honest. There you go. The leak is gone. Tests seem like they're passing. That's it. Yeah. I think we can move these up maybe to the top. I like foundational things to be at the top. Ideally, when you open a... So, okay, this is actually a little bit of a... In Haskell files, I prefer every type to be defined over, like, just at the top. That doesn't really have much of a point, to be completely honest. I think the most important things should be defined first. And that's basically my only rule. It is mostly imperative that you actually know that, hey, there's a state. And yeah, the types are important. I think types are the most important thing in a program, generally speaking. Mostly because they represent transformations and like actual data. That's always the most important thing. Tests. Let's move this to the bottom actually. Bind functions, prepare, exec. They should be up top. Flags value can be pulled down. Not to the bottom necessarily. This obviously, by the way, only applies to languages where you can define things in any order. Some languages you can't. So OCaml, for example, will not allow you, unless you use special keywords, to define things in any order you want. And that is, of course, that's going to make it difficult to do it like this. I started to think that this data version function is more and more pointless, to be completely honest. Where did I have that comment? Data version. Okay, I deleted it. Yeah, I think we can actually toss that idea aside. We're not going to do that. We do have a test that gets the data version though, here. So what we actually kind of want to do now, we could start working on a program that uses this. So let's see here if we can, fossil status. Am I actually in? Nope. Let's see if I have a Odin sqlite is what I have here. Fossil open, and we're gonna say keep gold fossil Odin sqlite fossil. Oh, by the way, if you offend people like this and you have like a public kind of, you know, you are, let's say, a quote unquote public person or whatever, you have some public presence, be careful with this. I did have one of these types of people stalk me. There's a video about that, like part of it is about that. They can take really massive offense to stuff that you say and so on. So do be careful. It's not always a good idea to actually here, hang on. mkdir trunk fossil close. So here I'm actually going to move everything into the trunk. Build commands, also bin, task file. Yeah, so here in trunk we're gonna open, and then we're gonna say fossil add sqlite. Okay, so these we're gonna set the ignore glob here, so we get the bin folder is ignored entirely, and then we have build commands.lua. Also the tags file, that's a good idea, yeah. So now we run fossil extras, we won't see any of these things. So now we only have the fossil diff, which is these are added. We're gonna make a commit here, add, let's just say initial commit. Oh, I added libsqlite. Ah, fuck it, we're gonna just go with that, yeah, that's fine. So the reason I did it this way now is so we can actually, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna repurpose this and start working on this. What is this? We're an ancient. That's not really where we want to be. Code Odin. What do we call this? What should we call it? First we need to code fossil init Odin build. I want to spell out oboe. Orchestration something. Ah, fuck it. Odin fossil build runner. Also initial remote access password, and then they print it. Rude. So here we have the fossil file. Now we're going to go into code Odin and we're going to say mkdir p, and here we're going to say fossil build runner trunk. Yep, like this. And then we're going to say fossil open, and here we don't actually have any stuff, so we can just do this. And here we do want to copy some stuff. I always do this. We can actually pull this from our other stuff here, trunk. And so this is going to be Odin format JSON, build commands, Lua, task file, and OLS JSON. Let's just do those for now. I think that's fine. Here we want to say fossil build runner, like this. We're gonna make a directory for that, and we're gonna just say Odin. No, not Odin format, actually. That one doesn't matter really. Here I'm gonna say Odin build runner. What am I doing? So like this. Fossil build runner. What am I doing? Like this. And I always name these exactly the same when they are the main file. Oftentimes you don't need anything other than a main file. I never do package main because it's just pointless and stupid. We can just do this instead, and that's basically it. Main is always a proc that is like this, and what we kind of want to do here, I'm going to just copy this query. Not that we can't recreate it, but I'm going to copy it because I'm lazy. Opa, that comment is not in the right shape. So now we are in the wrong directory here. We actually want to go into trunk. Yeah. So here what we can actually do is we can open a directory inside of another fossil directory by saying nested. So for example here, let's do help open so I can show this. So we can do -- nested, this one. And we can also say work there. So fossil open, code, fossil, and we created our SQLite bindings before, right? So we're going to open that one and we're going to say nested work there SQLite, like this. I think that should be fine. And so if we look at our directory now, the fossil build runner could just say, hey, I want to import SQLite. Now we have that. We can start using SQLite functions. When we update one, we actually update the other, etc. So what we get out of this is just the simplicity of just having some folders in a directory, but we also can manage our SQLite project completely separately here and add codes as we need to, and so on. In fact, we probably could do it on the other end as well, but we don't need to. So let's see, fossil build runner is what I'm going to call this here, so we know that down there. And for simplicity's sake, we're just going to take one argument to begin with. So what that is going to look like is CoreOS is what we're going to import. We're going to do probably some output, so we're going to import that. You have OSArgs1 is the one we're looking for. File name, we're just going to support file names for now. And if len of OSArgs is less than 1, less than 2 in fact, we are going to just, let's say, panic if, I suppose, pass a repo file. And so repo file name is what we have here. And here, presumably, we want SQLite open. What is this? Hang on. That's a little bit of a quirk. Well, okay. Not that big a deal, to be honest. We could rework this. We might. What actually ended up happening there, if you look at the structure here, is that we actually have an SQLite folder inside of the SQLite stuff. What we could do with that is, if we look at the folders here involved, we have trunk here, we have SQLite here, we could just pull these out into the top level, which would be fine. Maybe we do this here. This means that this here is now empty, so we're going to save that, and we're going to say here that we're going to delete that folder. And also, I did see before that this actually was misconfigured, so we're just going to say dot here, which we would have had to change anyway. And here we can actually say this and This no longer needs to be this. It's just a dot now. And this here, dot. Yeah, we can. I'm pretty sure this should work. It's not that big a deal regardless. Clean, whatever, doesn't matter. So test Odin test dot blah blah blah. Okay, so we do need dot slash. My bad. Hang on, where am I here? Oh, we're not in the right directory. Even more my bad. There you go. Anyway, let's just see that the auto watch is working. This is making me paranoid now. Let's just add. Yeah, okay, never mind. Dynamic literals, I still need that probably. So now we can look at our diff. Fossil add sqlite.odin fossil rm sqlite. Yeah, this should all be fine. Okay, I think that's fine. If we go back to Fossil build runner, here's the code that we actually want, like this. And so we're gonna. This is obviously now still this way. So what we're gonna do is fossil up and ls in there. Now it should be updated. Now we should be able to say sqlite dot something. That's not the case still. Okay, it's odd. Let's see if it's actually the case. Open, open, blah, blah, blah. Odin build. Right, so this is just an OLS issue at this point. We can do LSP restart, I think. Can I? Maybe I can't. How do people even do this then? LSP restart OLS. There you go. Wonder when that changed. I do not stay up to date on like NeoVim stuff. Stuff just changes under the hood, and I don't know, it's just confusing most of the time, to be honest. So we're gonna open this. We're gonna take the repo file name that we have, which is just a string. Open flags. Here we have a bunch of stuff. This is a bit set in Odin, so I kind of just feel like read only here is probably the thing. We're not going to insert anything into this, right? So from that perspective, I don't see what the point really is. And we're gonna just say that it uses fuck it. Let's just say, let's be very, very specific about this. I also want to say state here, sqlite state. So we're going to hold on to our own state here. And we're going to do state init error is equal to sqlite state init with our state and also an allocator, which is this is context allocator. And if state init error is not nil. So at the top level, I really do like being very specific about what should happen with the errors that come from below. Otherwise, it can often be better to just bubble up things as long as they are of a decent shape. I do not like to bubble up, let's say C errors, C style errors, where it's just an error code or whatever, some enum. That generally is a little bit iffy. I do like my errors to have a little bit more context. It usually pays off. You know, when there's an actual error, you do want more information usually than rather than less. So an error code is really never sufficient. This is why Zig just doesn't make sense necessarily, in my opinion. When you compare it to Odin, we can pass context much more clearly when it comes to errors. So why not do it? Error initializing state. For simple CLI tools and so on that you are going to use yourself, I really don't mind actually just outputting the error though. I will say that. So if you're working on something that people depend on and there are normal people involved, i.e. not just a bunch of fucking programmers, then maybe you should consider actually writing real error messages. Or those people you can give a code with the expectation that they should contact you and tell support, hey, I got this error code. Depends a little bit on what you're working on, but you know. So db open error. And here we want if open error is not nil, panicf error opening repo. Are there any questions? Here I'm not tempted to set up some kind of loop so we can just see that stuff makes sense, but I'm not entirely sure that we want to do that yet. Let's take a look at the task file we would use. This of course is just a bunch of SQLite stuff at the moment. And here we want fossil build runner instead. Let's say fossil build runner, this, that, the other thing. Sure. Not upset about any of that, I guess. The clean action we can just remove again. We're gonna do task run, watch here. And we're also going to pass an argument, which is probably going to be code fossil build runner. Cannot open output file. Oh, yeah. I have to make the bin directory. Also here we should get on top of this immediately. Bin star build commands.lua and also tags. Okay, that just ran. So that means it could open this thing. And here we can defer an SQLite close of the DB. I think that's all it takes. Yes, it is. So we will open and close this. Why is it running multiple times? That's a bit odd. Anyway, we have the DB. here we want to go into some kind of loop, right? And in these cases, I think it's useful to just essentially go into a loop, literally here. Just there's no need here to have a for here necessarily, right? We can just say, hey, you can just call it loop even, to be completely honest, but change detection loop. And here we're going to pass the pointer we have to state, because of course something in that loop is going to need this. So proc detect some state, which is a pointer to sqlite state. And I don't think the loop really needs to return any errors necessarily. I mean, we could essentially do a loop error like this when we need it, and that will be fine. So here though, we probably want to do some initial stuff. So how this usually works is init, loop, cleanup. These are the three stages of whatever you're trying to do, most likely. We have already kind of done the init stuff in a way. It kind of depends on what we're trying to do here, right? So let's say we have our own state. And yes, I do name a lot of things just state, because a lot of programs simply have like a piece of state that they deal with. Here we can say last object ID. That should be an I32. I think it's either an I64 or an I32. Doesn't really matter so much necessarily. That's going to be the last object ID. Also data version. Let's call that an I32 as well. And here, to be completely honest, we could just say, no, let's do it like this. I think that's fine. Here I'm curious now if we do need to save more than this. I don't think that we need to. Let's just leave it like this. And here we can actually say state. SQLite state is this, and our state is state. So this will exist in this section here. I have found overwhelmingly that a for without, like, this is just a while true, literally, right? That's what it, not literally. Figuratively, it's a while true loop. Often I will have like for running here, but it almost never actually pays off, to be completely honest. This Boolean, we're going to try to just work without it, and that's going to be it, to be honest. There's no real super point to doing it like this, to be completely honest. The cleanup, whatever. We'll know when we have anything to clean up. So here the idea is going to be get data version. If data version is higher than before, than previous iteration, then fetch commit events with higher object ID than previous if they exist. Execute something. I don't know what that execute something is going to be. For the first part of this is going to be just print the thing, right? So we're going to be able to see like, okay, the program continually fetches new events. So our first version is going to be print the commit event. Let's just put it like that, right? That's better. Else do nothing. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to try to execute this. Be right back. Sorry. Nothing of value was said. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not good at this. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to. The only thing I was really talking about was just talking out loud about the SQL strings and so on. From event, I actually want the joins to be on separate rows as well. And the where clauses as well. Like this, I suppose. And probably the order by. What am I doing here? There's a cat trying to get into the room. If anyone is wondering. Oh. Hang on. I seem to have turned some weird thing on. Is it better now? On the monitor it looks better. The only thing I actually said was I'm not good at this. Which again, I'm not good at this. Apparently the whole streaming thing, right? So yeah, I think this is probably what we want, something like that. This is gonna look shit in terms of formatting, like in terms of the actual string, but it doesn't really matter. These are really just going on into prepare statements, right? So we have sqlite prepare here. We're gonna have two calls, so we're gonna pragma prepare error. Prepared pragma statement. Has anyone seen how I program C with Eskil Stenberg? Prepared commit event statement, and I could reuse like the prepare error here, but it seems so pointless, right? And here I think we might just do this. Error is going to be sqlite prepare error, like this, and we're gonna do or return. It's really up to the top level to deal with this in terms of printing it and so on. Something like that. And then we have our state here, of course. That's our SQLite state. And then we have a DB, which, okay, we need to pass that down. We open the DB outside, right? So SQLite database like this. And we pass that DB there. And the SQL we want for that one is the data version SQL. And here we want SQLite state DB and commit event SQL. Resize pane, write 30, something like that. And here I'm gonna say loop error is this, if loop error is not nil, panic if error when while looping. Something like that. So here we are preparing stuff. And because we're using or return here, we only have one thing on the left side, obviously. So with this, we should, at this point down here, we have two prepared statements and so on. This one we don't actually have to bind anything for at all. What we might do now is we might say get data version is a proc returns an I32. In projects like this, I would say in general, depending on the size of what my code is doing, I prefer to just use Odin stuff as much as possible. So in this case, you know, we are writing a very small wrapper on top of sqlite in some ways here, right? So we might just say I32 here, but in the interest of just doing this sort of more in a standard way, let's just do this here. And here I'm actually going to take the statement that we have, which is going to be a prepared statement like this. Hello, Matteo. Let's see. I mean, this should be all it really needs to do. What happens when you reset a statement that hasn't actually been run? We'll see. We're gonna reset the statement, and then we're gonna sqlite step the statement. Yeah. We're gonna step that, and we're gonna have row step error. Now here is a question of design, because it's tempting here obviously to say like, oh, there's an error here where we might return an error because we couldn't get the data version. If we bubble that up, I don't think that that's the correct thing to do. Probably. Well, it might be. Okay, let's do that. Error is get data version error. This might seem a little bit overwrought, but bear with me. Hang on. This will not compile. I'm going to go ahead and say that won't compile, but we'll sort it out. It's fine. We can either have no row, no data version row, like this. If we don't have a row, we are going to return no data version row. And the version will be 0. Not super important, to be honest. People should be looking at this one. Missing return, sure. Return, right, so the version we have here is going to be this really should never be able to return anything more. We might have some verification here, but I don't think it's worth it, to be completely honest. So let's just do sqlite. Here's a question of, I'm going to do this column int statement 0. I think that it's this statement.statement, in fact. Let's do this, and SQLite FFI is going to be this, and then FFI. So the design question here is it better to make wrappers in the SQLite kind of top level wrapper, or is it fine to reach into the FFI? At this particular moment, I think it's fine to reach into the FFI, to be completely honest. These are very simple functions. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like it's defensible. Here we're going to cast this to an int, by the way. What happened with my syntax highlighting all of a sudden? My syntax highlighting has gone off the rails lately. I think something changed in tree sitter or something, and it will literally just become shit from out of just nowhere. I don't understand this at all, to be completely honest. So now we've written this function. Presumably, we could actually run this now, and this would actually do stuff. This is probably just looping forever, right? Let's say we say version equals get data version with our prepared pragma statement. And here we could say or return, because at least we have a very specific error that we're returning, right? If this ever goes wrong, it's not a mystery to the main function what went wrong. Step error is very, yeah, I saw something about tree sitter archiving. This is why I don't like using other people's stuff, to be honest, because at least with my own stuff, if I stop using it, I'm gonna stop maintaining it, right? Fair enough, it's not a big deal. But here in my infinite stupidity, I chose to use Nvin tree sitter, and first there was a thing where apparently the old version of Nvin tree sitter, because they rewrote everything, the old version was in main, or no, it was master, right? So they moved the old version to master, not a specific branch, by the way, like just master, whatever master was at the time or something. So then you actually have to say like, okay, I have to be on master or whatever, which I did. I'm fine with that, I'll take the version that just works for the rest of eternity. Thank you very much, right? But something must have happened, because a bunch of things were then breaking for me. Was it other stuff that then assumes you're using the other version of tree sitter? Who knows? I don't know. But I have had a bunch of shit just break on me completely because of a library that I used in my NeoVim. So, more and more, like with every passing day, I feel like removing dependencies everywhere and just accepting that things are sort of, whatever. I think it's the right move. If I hadn't used Nvin tree sitter, I would have not had any issues at all, right? Sure, I wouldn't have gotten better or like nice highlighting or whatever, but fuck it, whatever. It's like, I don't know. When you rely on these really big things and so on, it's just tedious, to be honest. We're going to import time here because we're going to sleep. And here we can just time second times whatever, 5, 10. Look at what is happening with the syntax highlighting. Can we fucking... What happens if I just ts uninstall Odin? Like, does all of this just get better? Nope. Nope, it doesn't. Is this... So it's unclear to me, like, is this because of Ghosty or something? I don't really know anymore. I can't tell. Anyway. Oh yeah, well, yeah, NPM is a great example of the absolute worst version of this that you can get, yeah. So I'm gonna run, hang on. Right, it's not just prepare errors that we have. In fact, it's loop error. What is a loop error? Is a union of sqlite prepare error and get data version error. Wasn't that what I called it? Ah, those are defined down here. They're not accessible from up there. And here you might have to do shared nil. Kind of depends a little bit with some of these. I'm going to quit that because this is just going to sit there looping, presumably. And what we want to do is fmt printf, and just for now, version is equal to this and version. So now we have our version printing. Is 10 seconds an eternity? I feel like it is. So we are now looking at our own repo. I have made some changes, right? So if we look at the fossil extras, maybe even, right? So fossil, add task file, Odin format, OLS JSON, and fossil build runner. If we do a commit now, initial commit, oh, busy, okay. That comes from this here, presumably. So we can get the busy error under these circumstances. So we do have to look out for that. So let's do step error here. So we can't, in fact, just do, well, we could actually, this one we can do it in like this, but we want to say get data version error, and then we want to switch on this, probably switch get data version error e in. So here we have case step error. We also have prepare error, I think. No, we don't have that from this one, of course. We have a step error. We also have a no data version row error. These two we have to handle, right? And in the case of this, we might just say, hey, we can go on, depending on what the error is, right? So here we can actually say gdve. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna say case. Fuck it, let's do case step error in E. Hello, empty code. How are you? Switch, of course, here. And what is a step error? Step error. I'm stuck. Busy misuse unknown error. Okay. We really do want to handle the busy one, so here we should do SQLite busy like this, And we can actually kind of bunch the other ones up into like, hey, we should probably, this is probably a real error. And so if we get busy, we're literally just going to move on and so on. I think that's probably the right thing to do. So we're going to just continue in that case. We could literally just say continue here, but I think maybe that's pointless. We're going to just let it pass instead. So in these cases, by the way, you can always also just do this here. So you can bunch them up like this. And here we probably want fmt print e print fln error fetching data version step error. Oh my god. Unknown errors, not okay. Okay, fair enough. The editor was wrong, I suppose. I have to move around in my editor to have it repaint the screen. That's annoying. So here fossil diff should give us this. So we're gonna say fossil commit. Ignore busy error, just continue. So I'm gonna execute this now. We should get a busy error, in fact, because this is now working on that same file. Now the version is 0. So that the version changed now. Oh, it became 0 and then it became 2. That is because there was a busy error here. So the value was not set, but we were printing 0 because version, of course, is the 0 value instead. Odin is good. Odin is very good. I mean, there's really not that much to it, to be honest. It's not, a rocket science language. If anything, it's for dummies, of which I am one. So for me, I'm all good with Odin from that perspective. I think there's for me, using like super advanced languages and so on, like that really push on this, like you need a complex language to handle complex problems. This usually is, for me, a recipe for not getting the job done, for the most part, to be honest. And Odin, really, there's not that much to it. It's pretty straightforward. You write procedures that work on structs. We have reasonable error handling, with some caveats. But for the most part, it's pretty easy to just fit shit together, react to things that you need to react to, and so on. Like we saw here, we can pretty reasonably pull out what type of error we have and so on. So it's, for me, this kind of language allows me to just sort of move on. So when you are actually in a productive state of mind and you can build your own things, then you tend to get a lot of stuff done in languages like this, and that's what I like about it, to be honest. I don't love everything about Odin, but it's the closest thing I have ever found to a language that actually really is the closest I've had to a perfect language for me. Key being for me. It's not for everyone, for sure. I imagine that there's a lot of people who simply don't like Odin. They don't like what it represents. They don't like that it's kind of dumb as a language. But again, like for me, that's just, I need this. I get very easily distracted, you know, in some sense, I think this is true for most programmers, but I'm going to pick me as an example because I get really distracted by the coolness of languages and technologies. My latest thing was, mind you, I am old enough now to know that these things don't make sense, but it hasn't always been the case. So my latest thing was putting together a team of agents. So what that meant is effectively there's like a research agent. There's a mid developer. Like we have 3 mid developers that all run Composer, the Cursor Composer 2, that model. And then we have a senior that runs Codex 5.4 on extra high thinking. And then, so, you know, I got lost in that for like a day and really, you know, was... I wouldn't say that I thought it was going to be useful, but I just like cool things. And for that to me is a cool thing. It's undeniably really cool that you can have just a bunch of little fucking robots doing shit and so on. To me, that's like the, you know, it feels a little bit a slice of the future. Now, again, I'm old enough to know that future is a fucking dystopia. But, but at the same time, when I was a kid, I really did dream about having this kind of, you know, like a robot assistant. Then, you know, so I get really lost in like really cool stuff, and that applies to languages as well. You know, I got lost in Haskell at some point until I kind of realized the only way to actually productively write Haskell is to ignore cool things and actually just use it as if it's just sort of it's C, but with functional constructs inside of it, right? You use pointers and so on. So I am really drawn to really interesting, cool things where the complexity outweighs the usefulness of the thing. And Odin is the opposite. The complexity of Odin is so much smaller than the usefulness of Odin that this to me is like it's a great investment in terms of time. Because again, I am like a moth to a flame. When complexity shows up, my mind is like, this is so cool though. Right? Can you imagine the things we can do with this language feature that doesn't actually do anything real? It doesn't transform data. It doesn't do anything to data. It's just there being cool. Oh no, we can have overloading based on type classes, guys. Or, you know, and it's like, well, I mean, you could just write code that does the thing, though. That could be also a thing. But, you know. So yeah, I think Odin, just to summarize that whole thing, Odin really strikes a good balance between, you know, language features and just getting stuff done for me. So yeah, I do think it's kind of good. Better, perhaps, than kind of good even. So what are we doing? If version, we need last version is what we need. Highest version is going to be 0. And here we're going to do highest version is going to be equal to max of version and highest version. If the version is higher than our highest version, seen, we're going to do some stuff. Wow. This is really beginning to annoy me. This whole repainting my NVim buffer thing. Anyway. Again, is it ghosty? Does anyone have this issue with ghosty? Because I feel like now I'm just every time I just get so annoyed. Like, let's just verify whether it's ghosty, right? So we had Kitty before, and we're gonna make some text larger here. We're gonna go Actually, this is not a fair test. We're gonna do TP open session Polaris. So this is about the same size and everything. Nope, it's just NeoVim. Motherfuck. Man, I fucking hate technology. Anyway, I'm gonna try not to be annoyed at that, and we're just gonna, that's what we're gonna do. So let's just verify that this works as we think it works. You never really know. We have version 1 right now. We can commit our change, add check for highest version. So this should not print anything now because we don't have a higher version, right? So now we should only see version changes. So if I do this, for example, in fact, we should only see version changes that go upwards. Meaning, even if the variable is 0 value, we shouldn't see any output. So the next time around now, we should be seeing version 2. Hopefully. There you go. I'm going to make that polling faster. This is 10 seconds is an eternity. We're just going to do 4, and that's going to have to be it. So, obviously you want to make this configurable. We're not going to make it configurable just yet. So we have this prepared commit event statement. This is going to return a few things, 4 values in fact. This UID value, comment, object D, etc. The highest version value here does not make sense necessarily. We're going to say state.data version. We don't really need to set that, so we're going to actually say state.data version. We are already storing this, right? So that's where we're going to store that value. That's why we created the state, in fact. And so the current data version is always stored there. And we can do this. Here we don't want to do that. We actually want to do this. So that's how we were going to deal with that. Get newer commit events is going to be a procedure that takes a statement. That's actually all we need. And well, let's just make a value, a type for this, yeah? So commit, let's just say event is a commit event, and we're going to package all of this up. And here we're going to say get newer commit event error. So the reason I was asking before about has anyone seen sqlite and various how I program C is because I was reminded of the part where he goes, wide code is good code. And the more I program, the more I think that longer names, well, more descriptive names for one, for basically everything, and so on, is basically always better. So by the way, we saw that reset on a statement that hasn't been used yet is fine. We know that because this code has executed fine. So we're always going to just SQLite reset on statement dot, yeah, like this. In the case of this one, we also actually have to clear the bindings, perhaps. So SQLite clear bindings. Okay, that one we don't have there. So we're going to do this one. Clear bindings. So what that means is every prepared statement will have bindings that you bind certain values in them, right? And so those correspond to these colons or question marks and so on. And we want to clear those bindings because we're going to pass in a new value and so on. So last object ID is a value we're going to have here, and we're going to say that that's an an I32. Let's just say that's I32. Here we're clearing these bindings. This takes a statement from the FFI layer, which is actually statement.statement. Clearing and resetting should not be an issue, I think. We'll see if there's ever any error there. We could check the documentation actually. So let's see here. Clear bindings. There you go. Blah, 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 blah. So this returns something, but it's not really clear what it returns. And I kind of feel like, whatever. Clearly the documentation doesn't care enough to document this, so it probably isn't all that interesting, right? So we're just going to clear the bindings. We have reset already. Now it should be ready to use, right? So the thing we want to do here is we want to sqlite bind, and we can do bind value. We don't really have one value. So I have made some utility functions for this. So you have bind value, you have bind map based on names of things. Bind map, as you can see, allocates, which is just a bad idea. What you really want to do if you want to set multiple values is bind slice. So you can just set multiple values in one go, and so on. At least it seems to me that's what you want. And so in our case, we can actually just do bind value here. And so this means we can just pass in our statement. We can say 0 index. We only have one value here, last object ID. And then we can say last object ID. The way this function works is that it takes a value. So if we look at what that value is, let's see here. A value is a union of these things. So I32, I64, etc., etc., etc. So a valid value is an I32, or rather I32 is a valid value. If we pass that in, we'll be fine. The bind value function looks at these and says, which should I use depending on the type of the thing, right? So I32 here will use bind int in order to do this. So that's what it does, and we should be fine here. What we could do here is or return, and then we could say, you know, a get newer commit error event is a union. We can have a bind error, obviously. That's in fact what we have right here. And we'll probably add more. There should probably be a step error as well. It can be one of these. I'm going to do shared nil here because I'll be honest, sometimes I don't really know when you need to use it, but I think we do need a shared nil. Shared nil just means that because you can have a nil of a different type effectively. So you have a certain, like it corresponds to one of these tags, but it's nil. And that's not really what you want. You want nil to be this nil here when you have a union that is made up out of unions. Honestly, you'll probably kind of just figure this out as you go for the most part. So we're binding this value here. This is really just that. And then we want to step. And here we can say, do we have a row? And yeah, okay. Or return. If we don't have a row, I do. Well, it's not an error, maybe. To be honest, I guess it's not really an error. Because well, Well, okay, let's translate it into an error actually. No commit event row is what I'm going to call this. And that really has no value outside of, it's just an empty struct. I'm going to pull these out to here instead. We're going to get some compilation errors, I'm sure, by the way. It's fine. If we do have a row, we instead want to pull out the values of that row. So now we're actually pulling out multiple things. So this is just going to be a little bit of, you know, we're going to futz around with this. We're going to have to use our best judgment here. Here are the things that we actually are pulling out. I'm going to comment these here. And we're going to get to work. So sqlite FFI is how we're going to do this for the moment, because I don't have top level wrapper functions for these. We might consider pulling out a type effectively, give SQLite the layer just a type and say, pull out the things that make sense to pull out for this. But that is, I don't like that as a solution right now. I would like it if we had code generation for that, but, and we might do that at some point. Might be a good way to do that. So object ID is going to be an int. So that's this one definitely. I'm going to put that there. The comment is going to be column text, presumably. The tag xref value is going to be some text, presumably. And the UUID, honestly, could be text as well, I suppose. So let's try this. And our commit event is going to be a struct with the name, object ID, sorry, object ID, which is an I32. We're going to just say that it's that. And then the comment is a string. And branch is what tag xref value actually represents. And UUID, something like that. And of course, the UUID here, you could actually take as a number. That's what a UUID actually is. The representation that we're looking at, normally it's just a hex representation of that. So it's not, you don't need to treat UUIDs as text. I see there's a lot that people get confused about this. You really do not need to. And here we can say event dot object ID is equal to this, and event dot comment event branch event UUID. And here we need a statement, so we're going to say statement dot statement. This should be what, 3? 2, 1, and 0, and statement does. Let's see, something like that. Compilation errors abound, I'm sure. Let's see here. 153, right. Version is an int. Fair enough. And state data version is an I32. Which one did we change? Get data version is the one that returns the int. I think we just change stuff to use ints on our end, maybe. Let's say that's commit event, same thing there. This is going to be this here. Now, really though, what you do need to be careful with is that you don't end up in a situation where you are sending something that just, like here, for example, we are going to cast this down to an I32. Ints on my systems are 8 bytes, whereas the I32 is 4. So you are casting down here. You have to be cognizant of that. Well, we could just say I64. Fuck it. Why not, right? I might regret this, but whatever. We're gonna do that. And here we're gonna say column int64 instead. We still might need to cast this though. So if you do this here, this is an int, this is an I32, int, right, so column text actually returns, I suppose, a C string. My bad. And we might be able to just do this. This is not a two-way street, by the way. Int64, we do need to cast this, in fact, but in this case it's safe. Obviously we have an int64 here, and int, these are going to be the same thing, where register size is 8 bytes. 116. Hang on. Does bind value take? Right, so this bind value takes, we do need to pass statement. That's a little bit odd. I don't love that. I don't love that design. We're gonna to do make bind value take a prepared statement. Don't love that for us. Let's see. Expected to return values got 1, no commit event row, 120. This should be just event. There's no real need to do anything interesting here. Right, so cannot assign value no commit event row. This is because this is not part of this union here. Each variant of a union with shared nil must have a nil value. Right. In this case, we cannot do this. We have to do that. Because this is not a union. This is just a struct. Okay. So here, I suppose, commit event. Let's just try using it, I suppose. Commit event. Well, this this actually assumes that we're only going to get one commit event, and also we are not doing anything. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let's. We do need to step until we're done. In fact. Well, we could always just get the latest. Yeah, okay, let's say that we are getting 1, because we do really only care about sort of the latest, right? Let's say that we're going to get 1, and if it's only an issue if we don't have a single one instead. So we should actually add limit 1. Limit 1. And here we should order by, but we want it to be descending. That works, right? We'll see. Actually, I could try this, of course, in the where the fuck did I put this? Did I not have the SQLite window somewhere? I guess I didn't. That's fine, I guess. Let's do it in the ancient here. So, oh, let's copy it from the other one. Oh, wrong code. So limit 1, order by event obj ID, where we have last obj ID. Let's say we pass 0. That gives us 310. And I think that's the latest, right? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. So this should work. This should work just fine. Limit 1 is really what we want. We want one single row and that's it. It's only a problem if we don't have any rows, like I said. Well, is it a problem if we don't have any rows? Because you might have a completely new repo. I don't know what the commit event, like maybe there's always a commit event. If we look at what we had here, yeah, initial empty check-in. That row will exist, I suppose, right? So in effect, yeah, we can expect one row to be there. Anyway, let's see here. Here we also want to yeah, I think we're fine with this. Let's try executing this and see what we get. Commit event, get commit event error is equal to get your commit events. Of course, this takes some arguments. We have a statement. What did I call this again? Commit event, prepared commit event statement. We also have a last object ID, which is from our state. Last object ID. And here we actually want to say state last object ID is going to be max of whatever we had. Max of commit event object ID and state last object ID. Something like that. And we really only want to do this when the data version changes. So here I'm going to change this to be like this. And we are going to say commit event and then percent hash v commit event. And this is really only going to be if so here we could do a switch on get commit event error. I'm not entirely sure what the errors could be here that we are super interested in, but let's say switch e in get commit event error case SQL step error case binder case what error exactly? We have bind value, we have step. Those are the also no commit event row. I suppose we can react however we like to these. I'm not entirely sure that any of these are going to necessarily be what we like. Do we care that much? We could bunch them up for now and just do this. Like this. Commit event, object ID, undeclared name, commit event. Right, because this is down here. And we could just do this in here. Error fetching new commits, bind parameter error, index 0, value 0, error range. Okay, what's that mean? Let's keep that on screen. Error range. Bind error. So we're binding this value here. Could it be the I64? Could it be that I made that decision before and I'm just like, now I'm just paying for it? Let's see. No, not really. That's good to know. Range error. Error fetching new commits, bind parameter error, index 0, value 0. Oh. Well. I could execute this once. Well. Why is this? What is happening with my syntax highlighting? What is happening with this? It is just so disappointing, to be honest. I'm going to try this just to see what happens. Oh, that's also range error. Okay, let's look up what a range error means. Bind, errors. Man, I had result values from a query. I think that this has a link to the errors, probably. Nope. I suppose not. It's fine. Bind. Binding values. SQLite range is returned if the parameter index is out of range. Huh. Okay. That's not the one I expected, actually. That's definitely not the one I expected. So what that means is, I suppose I'm confused about this here. I should just, I mean, if I do this, shouldn't this be, let's see. So what I thought that this would do is create this name here, but I suppose it just doesn't. We could just do the question mark here. We don't use the name anyway. We use the index. So let's just do that. Now we're still getting range. So it's not that necessarily. Let's see. Return if the parameter index is out of range. Well, that's not the... The SQLite range error indices. Indices that the parameter number argument to one of the SQLite bind routines or the column number in one of the... So hang on. Am I passing them in the wrong order? Have I just been passing them in the wrong order? Because that would make a lot of sense right now. Bind value. No. No, obviously not. But is bind value doing the wrong thing for ints and so on? Because that would be hilarious. We kind of need to go here to the SQLite stuff, to be honest, in that case, right? So if we say here, right, bind int and int64, these are the ones we're interested in. We have bind int int64. This is obviously the value position, because otherwise it wouldn't be using this here. So the third parameter is where we pass the value. Okay, none of that seems crazy to me. This is what we're doing here as well with these. These are the ones we're concerned with right now. So it's not that then. It's something else. What we can do here is we could say FFI column how do we get the bind count? Oh, hang on, I store this. Statement parameters. So let's just try this, right? For the time being, statement parameters equals something like this. Because that will confirm to us like, okay, hang on, something is clearly off there. Well, it says it has one. It has one parameter. Now, why doesn't it think that it does? So we have this prepare statement here, commit event SQL. Yep. All of that is fine. SQLite prepare says, hey, get me this. We're going through, we obviously are setting values here because we can see that statement.parameters is 1. Even more, we could print the entire thing. So we could say, for example, here, we have the statement. Opa. %v, of course. So we have a statement which is a non-nil pointer. That is in fact the actual statement that SQLite knows about and that it wants for these things. And so we're setting these values just fine when we prepare. So we're going through this code. We know here that the parameter count is figured out down here. The result that we're going to return. This, by the way, I wrote this too long ago. I don't like result as a name. It's pointless. You should always just name it the thing that you're doing. And of course, in this case, we actually have a variable here that, yeah, we don't need to declare this down here. Why am I also having why is there a variable up here that is the same? That doesn't need to be the case. So what we can do here instead is SQLite statement. Opa, like this. Prepare result. This should be SQLite statement. So this is the FFI version of all of this. And likewise there, and likewise here, and statement is the actual thing. Naked return is also a bad idea. Just type more characters. It's fine. You really don't need naked return. Such a pointless thing, to be honest. So, range error. Why would we be getting a range error? It's clearly from here. This is the only place we actually bind any things. We're setting... So this is not one based, right? It can't be one based. Let's see here. What am I looking at? This naming is so poor, to be completely honest. Why did I do it this way? This is just such a pointless... a bunch of bullshit, to be honest. Why couldn't I just do this normally? Like this, for example. Why? This served basically no purpose in reality, right? .215. SQLite statement should be valid here, certainly. Unless I'm crazy. A prepared statement has a statement inside of it, which SQLite statement should certainly be. Ah, no. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm starting to sort of see what I was doing here. I was a little bit rushed to criticize myself. This one is actually kind of fine. Here we can actually do statement, in fact. What we can do more specifically is say existing statement, right? Where we actually just return the existing statement because it exists in the cache. This is a little bit more accurate instead. This prepare result here, this really should take a pointer to statement here. So what we actually kind of want to do here, I suppose, is this. Right, so here we're preparing this and the prepare result, etc., blah, blah, blah. We then create the statement here. Right, okay, so this was actually prepare statement value, you say statement. That's why this was here before. Prepare statement value. And this will be prepare statement value. Parameter count, like this here. There you go. Okay, so the issue here was I honestly thought here that the bind indices were 0 indexed. It didn't occur to me that they would be 1 indexed. Right? Because that doesn't make sense. Does it? There's no point to that. Especially because in columns, I know that they're 0 indexed. We can see this down here. The column values down here are 0 indexed. Why exactly would they be 1 indexed up here? Am I doing something crazy? Because that could also be the case. No, I'm just passing the index through. So clearly this doesn't make sense, right? I mean, maybe I'm just off base here, but hello, illusionary moon. 6 minutes later. How are you doing? Now, by the way, we've changed the sqlite code. So I'm gonna try to see if we can go in there and say fossil commit. Like if we run a diff, yeah, fossil commit fix. What did we fix actually? Yeah, fix ill-named values in bind value. Prepare rather. Yeah, prepare. So that's, we've now made a slight alteration to the SQLite bindings that we use under the hood. This is where we want to be. Very confusing, jumping between these. So now we have the statement. Statement is fine. We know that once we one indexed it, which I still don't understand, like why is it one indexed when everything else is zero indexed? It doesn't matter. But we can say now pretty definitively that clearly we're getting commit events. Have a good one. Talukara, it was nice having you here. I really do like when people chat a lot, to be honest, because the point is, to be honest, is these either the stream has maybe two purposes. It's not for me to get work done. That's really not the case. You work a lot faster, you know, at double the speed when you're not streaming, pretty much. The streams really have two purposes. It's either showing people, hey, you can do a bunch of shit. I think that's neat. And that's definitely what we're going for. And two, it's also to kind of converse with you guys. So I really do appreciate that you've, you know, taken the time to write things in the chat. Thank you for this. Oh yeah, we do want to make bind value take a prepared statement as well, by the way. Let's commit some stuff here. What is the diff actually? Actually, let's do fossil diff here. Yeah, okay. We've added pretty much the entire program almost. Essentially. Yeah. Fossil commit add check for newest commit event, which we should be seeing popping up above. Maybe. Eventually. Database error. Database is locked. Well, that's unfortunate. Hang on. Yeah, are we gonna run into this the whole time now? You know, I thought maybe opening it as read only is not enough. Let's actually take a look at this, right? So the open parameters. I figured, you know, read only is a pretty good place to be. We really don't want exclusive or anything like that at all. I'll confess that I don't know enough about this here to actually say like what should you do. So from that perspective, you know, let's say wall maybe, I don't know. So now, for example, I try to commit. No. Okay. That's definitely a problem. This could be a problem with some of our code, I suppose, right? So if we, first of all, let's take a look at just, do we have any suspicious files here? We don't have any interesting log files. Log files would be definitely something where this might be messing up with stuff. So the question here is, are we doing anything to make this happen, right? So when do you need to finalize a query? So prepared statements. So the lifecycle for prepared statement object usually goes like this. Create a prepared statement. We do this, of course, we use prepare. We bind values. We only do this in one of the queries. That's fine. We run the SQL with step. We reset the prepared statement, then go back to step 2. So we're fine because we're always resetting. We're resetting and we're clearing bindings. So then the question here is, why are we locking it? Because surely we don't need to close the database. We know that before, when we had a longer poll time, we didn't seem to have this issue, right? So if I change here to 15, for example, I mean, I don't know that this is gonna work now, of course, but no, this is taking a very long time. Database is locked, indeed. Database is locked. I am certainly not doing anything interesting, right? And we are resetting. We're resetting for the data version. We're resetting for this here. If the version that we are getting is higher than state data version, I can't really see what the problem is. Does anyone know? I'm curious about this actually. Because again, the lifetime, if you go by the SQLite documentation, the lifetime of prepare statement is this, right? Prepare, bind, step, reset. It's only when we want to not use the query anymore that we finalize. Used to delete a prepare statement. If the most recent evaluation of a statement encountered no errors, or if the statement has never been evaluated, then SQLite finalize return SQLite OK, blah blah blah. The application must finalize every prepared statement in order to avoid resource leaks. Yes, sure. It is a grievous error for the application to try and use a prepared statement after it has been finalized. Yes. Any use of prepared statement after it has been finalized can result in undefined and undesirable behavior such as segfault and heap grabbing. Sure. This is why we never finalize them, because we keep wanting to use them. I think that there is something else that we are missing. So, database error. Database is locked. Let's just say sqlite database is locked. Commit. Ugh. Okay, let's just look at this description first. Typically occurs when one process is trying to write to the database while another process is reading or also writing. To resolve this, ensure that you commit or roll back transactions promptly. Well, we're not even using... We are read-only, like we're doing a read-only database. Open. Right? So... First of all, let's just verify that we are the issue. Yeah. When I commit without the program open, of course, it just does it. Fine. Now we have to figure out why we are having such a bad time. So let's just look at open. First of all, reset prepare statement, blah, blah, open. Read-only, the database is open in read-only mode. If the database does not already exist, an error is returned. Sure. SQLite open, no mutex. Shared cache. Private cache, ex res code, extended result code. Well, no, thank you, probably. So, interestingly enough, like there's not a lot to go off here, right? This read only. Interesting. Well, I mean, this is just a bunch of CLI stuff. I really just want to know, like, what is it that in our query that is locking this more than anything else, to be completely honest. Because surely there's not like SQLite FFI. We saw when it came to prepared statements, we really shouldn't need to do anything more than what we're already doing. We're resetting, we're clearing bindings. Now, mind you, maybe this is something you have to do in this order? I wouldn't think so. It's possibly the case. Well, What's our diff right now? Let's just say commit clear before reset. No. No, we're well and truly stuck here. So is this literally like, even if I were to put this sleep, if I set the sleep here, so is it perhaps the case that I'm not so I'm just gonna do this for the sake of right. So this is not running the whole time. If it was running the whole time, I would understand. Like, we're constantly querying, we're obviously locking up stuff at that point. But here we can see it is running every 15 seconds. No matter what, it seems like these 15 seconds are not enough here at all. In fact, if I change this to 30, it might not even work then. No, it just, okay. Why? We shouldn't need to lock this the entire time, right? So if I were to, actually, in fact, let's run this here, and then on the ancient, where am I here? Now, if I were to execute some queries here, everything from event, for example, or event.commit, or comment rather. Event obj ID, order by event obj ID. Well, I suppose it is just writes, obviously. I mean, that's the main issue, really. Because here I'm just reading. So of course I'm not going to have issues with this. So that's obviously the case. I don't know why I'm even considering this here. I'm gonna see if I can do something here with this. So this is also an issue here now, right? Because we are sitting there querying, and that is definitely not going to help anything. So now, if we run the program now, diff fossil commit change default ball to 30. Now that worked. And so I don't love this as a solution. Yeah, not a deadlock. More like we have to, for a fossil repo, you basically have to rebuild it with a write ahead log in order to in order for it not to be messed up when we do stuff like this, I suppose. And so what I did in the other window here in Ancient was I rebuild with write ahead log, you know, the essentially a multi-threading capability for SQLite. I guess it makes sense, but I don't love that I have to do this, because it's like, well, I don't know, whatever, I guess. It's fine. You do this and then you can run the program, and now you can run builds and so on, right? I suppose that would be a thing. Why isn't this reacting though? Now we're not getting commit events. Oh my god. This sucks. Because now when I run this now, we're gonna see, wow, okay, the object ID is 14. Why wasn't I seeing this before? Well, because it didn't work. This is bad. Remove loop print. So this is now not picking up new events, presumably because the version, the data version, never changes. That is unfortunate. We're gonna change this back to 10. I could just do 5, to be honest. Does it matter? Nothing here should take time anyway, to be completely honest. So now we're gonna see that remove loop print is the latest, but the pragma here never changes. So if we take a look at this from this perspective, wow, we could do this in the other window actually. No, we could not. We don't have enough room for that. So we're going to do this here. We're going to open this. And if I do pragma data version. All right, so this is 2 at the moment. And if we go to the build runner now, lower loop time. That's a new commit. This is data version 3 now. Our application does not seem to understand this. That is annoying and confusing. I'm going to, by the way, remove this here. Remove wall from open params. We definitely are not seeing what we want to be seeing here. So this is 2 at the moment. These are just debugged commits, by the way. Obviously, I'm making these commits mostly just to see what reacts to what. So data version here is just sitting there, like it's just sitting at 2. We know that there are new commits in this repo, but that doesn't seem to actually matter at all. So the data version, could this be, maybe we do need some special option here to actually get access to these things. No mutex, for example. Also commit and add no mutex. What about no flags? What does no flags actually do? No. Read write. Right. Try read write. So data version is just never changing. What we can do here now, obviously, is try to figure out why that is. What is failing and where. So we are executing data version here. We're never actually printing anything when this is busy. So let's do that first of all to figure out, like, could it be just this, right? Busy bees. Well, it's not busy. We know that much. So fetching the data version does not actually go in here effectively. Could it be no data version row? Sure, it could. So let's try to just figure that out as well. No data version returned. So we know that from the beginning, when we get no data version, we can see now, okay, so it's not that we aren't getting a data version. We're simply always getting the stale data version. In fact, what is this bro doing? Well, depending on which angle you ask that from, the answer is probably going to be different. But what we're doing, you know, literally speaking, is we're writing some code to not necessarily logs to SQLite. So what we're doing is we're monitoring an SQLite database, which represents a fossil repository, for changes. And so then we can write code that reacts to those changes. That's basically what we're doing. Right now, we're trying to debug why putting the database in write ahead log mode is basically causing us to not see anything changing. You can see here, for example, our data version is constantly 2, even though there are commits in the background. That is not supposed to happen. That is not what happened before. And before we also had functioning, it was reacting to events before. So now we are in a bit of a predicament. I'm also going to check here, by the way. No, don't really think that this is a problem necessarily. So we know that readers do get new information, right? So we can see here that we have a reader that is just sitting and reading Pragma data version. precisely like our program is doing. Our program, however, is currently stuck. We get one data version. That's all we get. We might have to read up a little bit on data version as a concept in order to figure out, like, why would this not be updating? So, the integer values returned by two invocations of pragma data version from the same connection will be different if changes were committed to the database by any other connection in the interim. Sure, that's why we're using it. The pragma data version value is unchanged for commits made on the same database connection. Fine. We don't actually make changes, so it's fine. The behavior of pragma data version is the same for all database connections, including database connections in separate processes and shared cache database connections. Fine. It's a local property of each database connection, and so values returned by two concurrent invocations of pragma data versions on separate database connections are often different, even though the underlying database is identical. Sure. It is only meaningful to compare the pragma data version values returned by the same database connection at two different points in time. Sure. Absolutely. What I'm struggling with right now is why would pragma data version not update? SQLite pragma data version not updating ball. Sure. All processes using a database must be on the same host computer. Sure, we are. That's fine. It's because WAL requires all processes to share a small amount of memory, and processes on separate host machines obviously cannot share memory with each other. Transactions that involve changes against multiple attached databases are atomic. Blah, blah, blah. It is not possible to open read-only. So this is obviously struck out, so it's not the case anymore. But it's interesting that that was the thing. The opening process must have write privileges for wanting to share memory file associated with the database, if that file exists, or else write access on the directory containing the database files. A read-only WAL database file can be opened if the shum files already exist, or those files can be created, or the database is immutable. So data this doesn't say anything about data version, in fact. That is disappointing. So we don't have any changes right now. We know that works. It's really not SQLite here. Maybe that's the issue. It's what we're doing with it. WAL also commit try or we will for open. So am I maybe, so now I'm confused a little bit. Maybe I'm working on the wrong file here. Which file am I supposed to open, actually, even? Because no, we are getting the new data when we restart. Right, so here we have try rw wall for open. We are getting that data, but we're not getting it when it happens. We're getting it only when we restart, which obviously sucks. And it's not what we want. And these things are in this directory here. And here we have this shim file and a wall. Both of them are accessible to us. There's nothing particularly interesting about that at all. Do we have to do any kind of pragma? This pragma queries or sets the journal mode? And this should be wall. Like there should be no there should be no way that it's not wall. And if I were to open this in SQLite here again, we should see pragma journal mode wall. So that's clearly the case already, and that's just from an open. So clearly, I mean, we would have to kind of confirm that we also see this. So maybe I just add this to our queries, right? So prepared journal mode statement, journal mode SQL. Let's do a string here, I suppose. We're gonna reset our statement. We're gonna step it. Get journal mode error, I suppose. Don't love that for us, but no journal mode row is fine as well. And here we don't want column int. We actually want string of column text instead, presumably. And here we are just gonna say mode and mode. I think that should be it. And we're gonna run this before the loop. So this is gonna be part of the initialization. Journal mode is going to be get journal mode, get journal mode error. And here we can actually just do this or return here. And this is going to be our journal mode prepared statement. That's the only argument we take. And here we're just going to print fn journal mode is some string. Journal mode. Opa. Right, loop error does not contain our journal mode error, and obviously we haven't even defined those. So let's do that real quick. Get journal mode error is going to be, here we have this one, struct like this, and then we have this, which we're gonna just rewrite journal mode error. And here we're gonna do this, and that will be fine. And here, right, loop error still does not contain this. We do have to add it here, so we're gonna add that there to like this. And that a 0 value that does not make sense. We can return the empty string, of course. And 103, prepare journal mode statement, journal mode SQL, journal mode SQL. What am I missing here? Journal mode SQL. Oh, did I mistype that? Ah, there you go. So journal mode is wall. We are opening it in wall, and that's fine. And I don't think we even really have control over this. So even if we, let's say we were doing read only here, it still opens in wall. So like, what's the actual difference? There's no difference. Read journal mode on init. I mean, the issue really here is just like, nope, we are opening it's the correct database, presumably. There's nothing wrong with that. But it is mostly, yeah, we are not getting changes. My monitor is saying, My monitor is saying that you should be able to hear me. That's very confusing. Before, the cable got disconnected and OBS didn't recognize that the microphone was in. So that's why. It should be fine now. Okay. So let's try setting the cache size, right? So we know that the other SQLite connection has a cache size of minus 2000 for some reason. And that seems kind of strange, but whatever. Set the cache size. So if you set this, right? Yeah, you don't get any results at all. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to set this to. Oh, hang on. We do need to bind in this case. Yeah, we need to bind. So here we need to bind this value. And this actually needs to. Well, we have a 1 here. Okay, let's not bind for now. But adding the bind is just extra work here. So step, we can kind of just ignore have row. To be honest, we don't really need that at all. So we can do this basically. And here we can do set cache size or cache size statement or return. Do we not return error? Set cache size error. Right, we don't have that error yet. We can just do this, I suppose. Commit event row, etc. Set cache size error. I mean this, okay, hang on. We can just do a step error here, I suppose. Actually, let's just do this. Mode. Oh yeah, we don't need mode here. We don't need anything there, in fact. Commit set cache size to 1. No, we just continue on as normal. Okay, let's just look at this from man, these results are not great. To update the data version, you need to perform a checkpoint to sync pragma wall checkpoint full. Okay, this is actually great. Why didn't I read this before? Jesus Christ. When do you do this though? So here we really should take this and go to the SQLite documentation, right? So SQLite wall checkpoint. Write ahead logging. If I had read more on this page, we probably could have figured this out. By default, SQLite will automatically checkpoint whenever a commit occurs that causes the wall file to be 1,000 pages or more in size, or when the last database connection on the database file closes. The default configuration is intended to work well for most applications, but programs that want more control can force a checkpoint using or by calling the sqlite 3 wall checkpoint C interface. The automatic checkpoint threshold can be changed, or automatic checkpointing can be completely disabled using the wall checkpoint pragma, or by calling the... A program can also use the sqlite wall hook to register a callback to be invoked whenever any transaction commits to the wall. Okay, we have a lot of stuff here to look at. This is a lot of stuff. So what does that checkpointing actually do? Checkpoint a database. Causes the content in the write-ahead log for database X on database connector D to be transferred into the database file, and for the write-ahead log to be reset. So what is the issue here? That Fossil doesn't do that, or what? Why is this working with the SQLite interface, like the CLI app? Why does that work for opening this? That's really one of the core things. Is obviously some part of this is what we are doing. So I don't really know. Well, I suppose we can look at that however much we like. It's probably not going to change much here. But what we can do, I suppose, is we can jump into SQLite FFI here, and we can actually add the wall checkpoint functions. So we have this here, it takes a dB. We have a dB value, that's fine. We also have this other version, which just has more stuff. Checkpoint as many frames as possible without waiting for any database readers or writers to finish. Then sync the database file if all frames in the log were checkpointed. The busy handler callback is never invoked in the SQL. So we might want to do this passive thing. I don't really know. This says when you use this one, you get passive by default. So that might be a thing. This character thing, let's see what that means. Database X. So is that main by default, maybe? Maybe there's no default. We can pass main. I don't know. We'll try something. So we're gonna add this function. Returns an int. Actually, I'm just gonna copy this entire thing here. And this means effectively proc here is this. See int, and obviously const chars are not the thing, etc. By the way, we're gonna put that up here with the. So this is gonna be db is a database, and this db name, I think, will be a C string, and that's basically what we're gonna try doing. And yeah, that should be fine. So I suppose let's try calling this at some point and see, you know, what happens basically. We could do a essentially SQLite FFI dot all checkpoint up here with our DB. That should be fine, and then we could say main. I mean, it could be just a nil, I suppose. I don't really know exactly what the thing will be. The result it returns honestly, it doesn't really say. Unless am I missing something here? Probably it's in this document here. No, not really. We'll just ignore the value for now. And that will be it, pretty much. Undefined reference to SQLite 3. Well, yeah, that's because it's supposed to just be this. Like this. No. That didn't do anything. Okay. The plot really thickens with SQLite, to be completely honest. Could it be that main is not what we want here? What is the actual database name? I don't even know what that is. So it does say database connection D on database X. Let's try just saying nil here. Use nil db name for checkpoint. Nope. So hang on, there's no way to disable wall mode actually. Maybe that was a red herring. I don't really know, to be honest. We have to get to the bottom of this. Have a good day. De jour, Christophe. Let's see. What possible reasons could we have for having this problem? Let's see. Quirks. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that these are super. Yeah, no. So here, so let's open this and see here what pragma journal mode. This is now wall. If I were to say that this is delete, database is locked. Indeed. Well, so the journal modes are what exactly? Delete, truncate, persist, memory, wall, off. The delete journaling mode is the default. In delete mode, the rollback journal is deleted at the conclusion of each transaction. Sure. Indeed, the delete operation is the action that causes the transaction to commit. Sure. Okay, some of these are just different ways of removing the journal, overriding it with zeros, and so on, truncating it. The deleting is, I guess, the most costly, but whatever, I guess. So journal mode is delete now. Data version is 1 consistently. This wall checkpoint doesn't make any sense really anymore. We can kind of remove that. Fossil commit, remove use of wall checkpoint. So now we're back to this behavior, right? And I'll be honest, like I think part of this, we did have this working before. But it stopped working. So we did see changes at some point. I don't think my scroll back is long enough for that, unfortunately. With all of the stuff. So before the commit events, when we were really only querying for data version. So let's try that, right? So now we're only querying for data version. And this will query every 4 seconds. Okay. And here we have read only still. I suppose there's no real point to using wall here. Okay. I am curious. Why was this ever working? That seems odd, right? Why was this ever working? So the journal mode value here, we could just say, what if we do this, right? We sqlite ffi finalize. Do I have finalize here? Nope. So sqlite ffi dot finalize, and then we can say prep journal mode statement like this, because at that point we're done with that one. In fact, we can also do this with prep cache size statement. That's also fine. Do I think that these things should matter? Not really. They're just prepare statements. You should be able to hold on to them as you see fit, to be completely honest. I don't see how any of that really matters, to be completely honest. But let's do this only to verify that all of this stuff, yeah, let's cut off pieces of code here just to see what could be actually causing this. Version. Let's just put 0 here for the time being. Yep. this just finishes just fine now, obviously. So this would signal to me that there's something in the code that exists here that is causing this, right? So for example, now we can go back to this and uncomment some codes. Oh, now we're back to having it working for some level of working, right? So we got busy bees as an error message, right? This one. And then after that, we then moved up in versions. Now we're back to working. So then the question now becomes, what is it actually that is causing this, right? So if we were now to uncomment this, we might be able to figure out, hey, there's something in this code that actually is causing this. Uncomment commit event code. Now we should expect busy bees to happen. But we're not seeing that. So before we were seeing busy bees because, you know, but we're not doing that now because we're doing, I guess we are querying for something that is being touched. Let's just confirm again that it's definitely this piece of code that is causing this. This commit will do nothing, I guess, because there's no changes. Yeah. Let's just add the space somewhere, the new line somewhere. Doesn't matter. This commit name doesn't make sense, but yeah, busy bees. This was what was working before, right? We were getting updates here based on this. However, when we add this section here, get newer commit events, clearly we're having issues, right? What if I actually do this? This cannot possibly have any effect on anything, right? Oh. No, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. Right. This reset, I suppose, yeah, it's messing up the memory that we are using here. So we definitely can't do that there. I suppose what we could try to do is effectively here, we could try to do that. So prepared commit event statement here, for example. Like this, I suppose. This takes a prepared statement, yeah. Because here we've already printed this, right? And but I don't see how this could even remotely be the reason. Obviously, I'm fucking mistaken. fucking mistaken. Note maker. Add note about how mistaken I am. It's going fine. We are very, very, I mean, at this point, it seems to, like I found the issue that I was wrestling with for quite some time here. I did not understand that you're required really to call reset on these prepare statements. So when we weren't calling reset on them, we were basically leaving, I guess, the database in like some, hey, he's still asking about this. I don't know why. I don't think it doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. You know, I guess I don't know enough about sqlite to really say, you know, why would that be the case? In any case, it seems to be the case. So hang on, let's make several changes here. I think printing the data version is not needed. We can still print the commit event and make note about the database being tied up in commit unless we reset a prepared statement. So now we should see busy bees, and we do, and then it finishes. And then next time around, we're gonna see the commit. So yeah. I like Fossil mostly because it is it has better defaults than most VCSs. By that I mean you get basically a GitHub out of the box. So for example, if we go here to polarissoftware.org fossil ancient. Maybe I'm still hosting TP. No, I'm not. Never mind. So this is a project I've just set up as a playground, to be honest, but it also stores the web server configuration and so on for my website, which is polarissoftware.org, which just has a very, very cut down kind of standard it's just a very kind of bland website, really, with just, you know, whatever my company is. All of this is what I want to say. It's just packaged up in something that was basically thrown together by Gemini, where I removed more than half the page. These things are made by Gemini. I asked for purple. I have since understood that apparently LLMs love the color purple, so it just makes it worse. Everyone now will think of LLMs when they see this page. I love purple. It's my favorite color. I've always thought Polaris would be, you know, one of the key colors is purple, but whatever. So this is hosted by the code that's here and so on in this repository. And so some of the things that I like that you get out of the box is you get a lot of kind of helpful things like, you know, obviously you get all of the views, the timelines, the branch listings, and so on. We have, you know, we get the tags that we have. We also get a forum by default, which is really cool. I really like this as a way of organizing long-term discussion in a company. You also get a chat for ephemeral discussion in a company, for example. Now, it happens to be the case that My company has 2 employees. It's me and my wife, and we live together, obviously. So it's like, do we need a real-time chat via Fossil? Obviously not. But you also get tickets, right? So you get this ticket system. You get a wiki, so you can actually write long-term knowledge base type stuff, and so on. Account system and blah blah stuff like this. Now this is cool. However, even cooler is that we can also say Fossil UI, and we get a local version of this. So with this, we actually get an entire like local version of this, where we can actually say, hey, what are the tickets for a thing, etc. I can make tickets here, and then I can sync them when my computer connects. I can sync them to the main one. So you can do a shit ton of work locally. But the default is also set up so that when you do Fossil commit like this, right, it also syncs automatically. So Fossil wants to stay in, sync with the main server. But it also, it's not, it doesn't have to do that all the time, but it wants to by default if you have autosync on, and so on. So from that perspective, I think Fossil is really good. By the way, now we're busy bees all the time, apparently. That's a bug. Well, not all the time, apparently. But the database seemed busy just then. That's curious. So you get local versions, you get centralized versions. It does a lot more than version control, yeah. And also the actual version control itself is also pretty good, I would say. All your commits and everything are in an SQLite database. So if you really want to, you can actually write just, stuff that interacts with SQLite. So if you're comfortable with that, you can do that. Right now, for example, we're obviously writing a tool that reads an SQLite database. Yes, the GUI solution, I think, really works out. So Fossil, ironically, is much better for, I think, non-developers than something like, Git and so on. I think Fossil has the better defaults for someone who really, they know that the company has code and they want to talk about that code. So what you get is the forum, you get the wiki pages and everything. The irony is that Git is so popular. And GitHub, honestly, GitHub's versions of these things are not better than Fossil's, which is crazy, right? Because, and even if you look at something like Bitbucket, any Atlassian thing, I wouldn't say that they are better than this is either that much. I mean, obviously, you can think, I think Confluence and in some parts of this, actually, I guess I gather that people like working with it. Personally, I really don't like Atlassian products in general. I think they're absolutely terrible usually. But, I think some parts of, Atlassian stuff, I guess people like it. And it certainly is really, really good for people who want to overcomplicate things. Like I worked at a company, when I worked at the Creative Assembly, we used Jira and stuff. And the workflow that they had invented with Jira, it was, if I understood correctly, it was actually advanced enough that there literally was a guy that maintained the workflow. And it was just a Kanban board, basically, where you move issues from one place to another. But it was so complicated and overwrought that there was a guy that did this. Like he's the Jira guy. Like if they want to change something about the workflow, and it was so rigid. It was so rigid that you would take a ticket and then it had to move to exactly one place, and then you did some work and then it had to move to exactly one other place, and then it could only move from there to some other place and then back to another place and so on. And it's like, Jesus, what is going on with this? Why are we doing all of this stuff? I just don't get it, right? And so I don't particularly like Jira, right? And so I think with the Fossil, I think you get the right amount of complexity for most software projects, I would say. The assumption is that most of your contributors are trusted, first of all. You don't deal with things like pull requests necessarily. You can make patches and stuff. You can get external contributions. But the assumption is, no, people have commit access because we're working on the same project. We are trusted developers in this, right? So that default is also, it makes more sense to me that that's the default. Because in most companies and most projects that I work with, we are trusted contributors, right? In most of them, I'm literally the guy writing the code. And so push access is just an assumption, right? We don't need to make PRs for literally everything that have to be, so in many of those cases, you can have branches in this, right? And certainly you can talk about those branches with someone else and you can get a nice diff and all of that stuff in Fossil. But the assumption is you have push access. You can push to your own branches and all of that stuff because we know each other. So that default I like a lot more as well, over something like, GitHub, where the assumption is you work the same way with someone who's in the project than people who are outside of the project in some sense. Those are almost the same because someone else is going to make a PR from their repo or whatever, which looks exactly like your PR that you got from your coworker. And these workflows are not the same, it just doesn't make sense, I think. Oh yeah. I think Git really, Git is made for big teams, right? It's made for Linux kernel development. I struggle to find a bigger team in open source than the Linux kernel. And for that, I guess it makes perfect sense, but they don't even use GitHub, right? They just have patches. They use Git send mail or whatever. And so even there, I think the workflow is kind of, I don't know. Git is a mismatch for most of us, I think, yeah. If you're a huge team, I suppose it does make sense, but you hear all these horror stories, for example, like people at Google complaining, and Microsoft certainly, they have to make new file systems to make Git work because they have these massive repositories, right? And so it's sometimes very hard to tell who Git is for in general. And that's not to say like I hate Git. I really don't. I've used Git for just a ton of time. And lately I have been just considering just switching to something else for just my own stuff. Something that just makes more sense with what I'm trying to do. And Fossil is just one. This was the clearest alternative to me. I could have gone with Pijul or whatever it's called. It's a patch-based VCS. And so you reconstruct the state of things just from patches. And everything you deal with is just patches. They can come in any order that makes sense unless they work on the same text. But otherwise you can reorder them and so on. And so I think, Pijul would also make sense to try, I suppose. It depends. It depends on what you're getting out of the box, right? I think I really like the Fossil, like GitHub in a box kind of feeling, right? Because I'm getting what I want from this and so on. Nape, what do you mean exactly? if I have any ideas about monitoring SCADA, I do not, in fact, have any ideas about that. Not because it's not important. I just don't have any ideas about it. I have very little exposure to this, so yeah. So let's kind of recap where we are at the moment, because I think maybe we are kind of at a point where we could now start layering more interesting things on top of this, but I'm going to keep that actually for tomorrow. So if we recap where we are right now, we have a tool that can read changes in a fossil database, a fossil repository. It can react to those changes. So we can print when things change, essentially. We're going to turn that print instead into something else that starts, for example, some kind of command. There could be an idea where we say this tool might have incoming connections. So someone connects to the tool and then they get events sent to them when new commit events happen. So this could be effectively a fan out type of system. The system itself connects to a repo. So we have one connection to the repo. And then it itself sets up a server that is connected to on TCP or something like that. And we basically blast out events to every listener when new commits happen. And they can react to this stuff. That would be an idea. The server should not be a big deal, really. It's not. We're gonna go with something simple, like we're just gonna have poll FDs. We're not gonna have a lot of clients, so we do poll FDs and just say, we move through all of the file descriptors. When we get a new commit, we basically just broadcast that to everyone in a serialized format. We're going to start out with the idea that these are trusted, as in they don't have to authenticate. There's no authentication, no authorization. Obviously, yeah, we can assume for now that all of this is going to be running on the same machine, because it will. And those things can then react to these events. The reason we might want to do it like this is because this allows us to keep one connection to the repo. And that's really it. Now, I'm curious. One thing that I'm going to do just now before I'm going to rebuild this repository in write ahead mode. And then we're actually going to see, does this stuff work still? So we run this now, and then we say fossil diff just to check. We don't have any diff stuff. So this, by the way, before busy bees. Right, and here I actually want ksnail. Let's do this. I think that's better. Fossil commit. Now we are watching the repo. We can see the journal mode is ball. And so print only when there is no error. Fetching commit events. There you go. Nothing locked up. We can now run it in write ahead log mode. Nothing locked up. We have multiple different writers and readers. The real big problem here was our reset before. Clearly. Because we were seeing we weren't fetching events properly, right? So now we have it actually working properly at this point. I really like this. This makes a lot of sense now. So, yeah, the idea is now tomorrow to either make this version of things, do builds, so checking out the contents, because if you do a fossil open with this commit UID here, you actually get that specific commit, right? So we can do that, and then we can do builds on that. Now the question is, how do you specify the whole build thing? Obviously in the beginning we're just going to hard code some bullshit basically, but that's where maybe I think the whole listener concept makes sense, because then someone connects to a thing that is broadcasting events about this repo. The builds themselves can be whatever we want them to be. I don't know. We'll see what we do, to be honest. We're not going to be doing it today anyway. So for now, we can kind of let this be here. And we can, I'm going to think a little bit about this. Like, what do we actually want to do with this, right? And that will be it, basically. Are there any questions before I leave? About Odin? Really, anything, I suppose. I mean, anything within reason, you know? We learned something today. That's really good. The reason you do these projects is because you want to learn stuff, right? You can always learn something. So I'm not a SQLite expert, clearly. Given how much we were struggling with the previous stuff here, we were trying all kinds of stuff. Eventually realized, of course, that we have to reset the prepared statement in order to actually let the database continue with stuff and so on. If you are not learning something from projects, even though they seem simple, like none of this is particularly advanced at all. We're just, we're just writing some code that does a thing. There's nothing really interesting about any of this code in isolation, but we're putting together a program and, just doing work with it. And that's really what I think the important thing is. Like, you have to do a bunch of things so you can learn details and get better understanding of the things that you're working with. And they can be very simple, right? Like this reset being here. This is obviously not like computer science stuff. But it's good to just learn details of things, how things work. I will remember this forever. Because this, sitting here and debugging this and not understanding what's going on, it's supposed to be a painful experience. If you're not having some kind of struggle with things and so on, you're probably not learning a lot. And so sitting here and struggling with this, and finally finding, hey, this is the thing that's causing this, from debugging and so on. This is useful stuff. Yeah. Sometimes the thing you're doing, you never actually finish it, but you might have learned some important detail and so on. And so those are great projects to have. And so I think that is also part of it, right? Where you might be disappointed that, oh, you never finished this thing and so on. And don't get me wrong, it's very useful to ship. It's very useful to actually be done with things and so on. But that really, it really pales in comparison to the actual learning experience, to be honest. Because it is not nearly as important to finish things as it is to actually make good progress and learn things along the way. This is really mostly what everything is about, in my mind. So yeah, okay. We're gonna. I will see you tomorrow. If people are showing up, hopefully tomorrow I will not spend the first 30-40 minutes having some strange debate with someone who I didn't really realize wanted to debate and be mad about things. Yeah, if you're rewatching the stream, just know that you can skip basically 40 minutes ahead or something and miss nothing, pretty much. There was someone who was pretty irate at some point from like minute, I don't know, 15 forwards. That's pretty much it. So yeah. It wasn't much of a debate. Like I said, there was someone having a debate with me and I didn't realize he wanted some kind of debate. He was very mad. Because I said that someone... So in short, the story was about a coworker that I used to have when another coworker said, I had problems reading this code because the variable names are all very short and don't mean anything. That coworker then responded by saying, no, it's not. As in, no, it's not hard to understand. And I said, that guy was a moron. And Mr. Debate Man, he took this very hard. He got real upset that I called this other guy a moron for saying, no, it's not, when someone says this code was hard to understand. Like I said, I didn't think that would be a debate. I didn't realize he was having that debate with me until until it became clear. But you know, so that was the only thing that really happened. It wasn't interesting, to be completely honest. There wasn't some kind of like, oh, there are some good points made here. No, definitely, it was pointless. Definitely just pointless. But okay, I'm not gonna keep everyone here for no reason. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening, day, whatever it might be where you are. And yeah, I will see you. Have a nice day.